Okay, gentlemen, are we ready to proceed?
I think so.
Let's go on record. Okay, we're now on record, 3 PA 16-2606, time set for the continued jury trial. I guess your officer's gonna come back to the stand? All right, come on up, sir, and we will bring in the jury. All right, go ahead, Madam Clerk. Okay, please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. We're on record, and we're set to begin the questioning. And sir, do you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Calice.
Morning.
Sir, I'm going to turn your attention to the other parts of exhibit number 71, which is the jump drive, where the jurors already saw the first part, which was the hero video that you described. This morning, I want to go through the second parts, and just the same thing, if you need to step out with the microphone and the
71.
yardstick, you can.
It's the
just
helo
narrate.
video.
Now, what is the second part going to be on this one?
The second video is going to pick up right where the first video left off at the parking lot pull-out area of mile 7.3 Connect River Road, where David's body was found. And then it's going to travel as the crow flies, or in this case the helicopter flies, all the way to Devin Peterson's house, across the valley at K Lake Road, which is off of Johnson Road, which is western Wasilla, the beginning of Big Lake area.
All right, so they're not necessarily taking the road route, is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. And is it fair to say that when you're looking at this, you will not be able to identify, as this is playing, every single road that you see from the kilo?
Right, they're going to travel the path of least resistance, if you will, from point A to point B in this video.
And in terms of speed, do you know how long this segment is, by the way?
I think it's 17 minutes and some change.
And do you know about how fast the hero usually flies?
Well, I'm not a pilot, but I've been in it a few times, and I think it can reach speeds of over 100 miles an hour. I'm assuming in this that they're going probably in the 80 to 90 mile an hour range, just based on my perception.
So when they followed you in that first segment, they had to go slower
Right.
than
Yeah, they had to
their
kind of.
ability?
Correct. They had to kind of dial it back a little bit to stay with me, going the speed limit on the ground.
Right. And do you feel you need to step out, or you?
Well, I can. Yeah, I'll do that.
Angle it a little bit.
Angle it? Yeah.
There we go.
We got a little bit more cord, I can. And there's not gonna be any sounds of this, correct?
Correct. So we just left that parking area there, and we're heading down Knik River Road, away from mile 7.3 here. Basically retracing the steps. The mountains going up here, up towards Pioneer Peak. Knik River off on the left side, right side of the frame here.
Now, is that still Knik River Road?
It is. Yep. This kind of depicts the terrain a little bit better. You can kind of see the mountain gradually going up in elevation there on the left, and then the riverbed on the right.
And do you know which geographic direction the hill is traveling in at this point?
West, mostly west. And you can see some houses kind of sparsely populating this area. There are a couple of neighborhoods that, I call them neighborhoods, but a couple of streets with houses on them back here. There isn't any real major development past this.
What is our ultimate destination here?
Devin Peterson's house. I forget the numerics. It's on K Lake Road. It's like first on right on K Lake Road in western Wasilla.
Now here the hilo is still on the south of the Knik River, correct?
Yeah, we're going to cross over the Knik River here in the next few minutes. And then generally just continue heading, I believe, in this westerly fashion over towards the west side of Wasilla. And you can see here that how steep that terrain does sometimes get right up next to Knik River Road, where it's literally sheer cliff on one side and then riverbed on the other. This is a feature we call man-made lake that we're just passing over right now. It's a popular recreation area during the summer months. The water warms up there a little bit because it's kind of stagnant, and folks recreate right in that area, big beach area. Here's the bridge crossing the Knik in the kind of the middle of the frame here. That's the Old Glen Highway. So the end of Knik River Road is right there. And then you got the two bridges, the old one and the new one.
Now are we on the north side of the Knik River?
Kind of north side of the Knik River, over the Old Glen, still traveling west, kind of downstream from, if you're following the river, kind of downstream there. You can see some folks that have been riding their wheelers out here. Even though this has nothing to do with Jim Creek necessarily, a lot of folks still call this area Jim Creek. Jim Creek's, the actual creek is behind us and on the other side of the river. But it's generalized as Jim Creek, this entire Knik River public use area is.
Now, are we looking toward the Glen Highway at this point?
Yep, getting ready to come up on the Glen here very shortly. Pioneer Peak off in the distance, the Old Glen Highway, and it should intersect with the New Glen right here pretty soon coming up. So we're kind of sort of getting ready to fly over the hay flats underneath the helicopter. just start to see the New Glen Highway come into the picture here shortly. All right, we just start to see the New Glen off in the distance. A piece of it, at least. I think that's this area right here, this little gray strip. It kind of curves around the Eklutna Flats and then cuts around that little knoll right there. All right, so now we can kind of clearly see New Glen Highway, or Glen Highway. Here, Connect River Bridge comes over Palmer Alternate, or the Old Glen intersection with the Glen Highway. It's kind of right in this region here. It's out of sight because there's a little geographical feature here, a little knoll of sorts, so you couldn't see that interchange, or I'm sorry, not the interchange necessarily, but we call it the Palmer Alternate. It's the alternate way to get to Palmer from Anchorage if you don't want to go down through up on the Glen. So now we're over the Hay Flats.
At least next week.
Now, in terms of getting from the Palmer area to the Wasilla area, are there a number of different options from motorists?
From Palmer to Wasilla?
Right.
A number, yes, absolutely.
So Parks Highway would be one of those, right?
So yeah, you could come south on the Glen, hit the interchange, get on the Parks Highway, and then northbound on the Parks Highway into Wasilla. We have the Palmer-Wasilla Highway, which just essentially runs between the two. And then we have so it's kind of the southern route would be through the Glen to Parks. The middle of the valley would kind of be the Palmer-Wasilla, or now Selden Road, although that extension didn't exist at the time in 2016, but now it does. And then north, you could go up Palmer Fishhook, connect to Wasilla Fishhook, and then come back down, but that'd be a pretty out-of-the-way route. And then, of course, there's numerous ways in between, but those are the kind of the thoroughfares.
We're not looking at any roads here, right?
No, I think, nah,
For the Hay Flats, just
if I remember correctly, that's the headwaters of Wasilla Creek, but yeah, just the Hay Flats and Kinnick Arm out there in the distance.
do you know where they, obviously we know they're driving the K Lake Road, but do you know whether they were using the GPS or any kind of device for that, or were they just familiar with the area as far as, and heading in that direction?
Probably a little bit of a combination of both. I'm sure that the pilot probably wanted Latin Long to go to, but the investigator who's filming had been there.
And that was Beazer.
Yes.
And are we going to see some neighborhoods eventually in this video?
I think we start running into the first group of neighborhoods off Fairview Loop, which kind of goes along the bluff that we can just kind of see starting to come into the frame here. But yeah, we'll start to see residential area. This is all marsh and hay. Marsh, swamp, whatever you want to call it, area here.
And is the helo still traveling in a westerly direction?
Yeah, it feels like they're going almost a direct line straight towards K Lake from where they started off there on Kinnick River Road. Probably see some bluff houses here coming up. Folks that have built right on the edge of Kinnick Arm there, looking out over into the flats. But there'll be residences starting kind of in this region here, kind of right up in there. And then it'll get obviously more populated as we get back into, I think I'm going to fly over the Fairview Loop, KGB, to Vine to Hollywood area. So
now, this route that they're taking, you said this is about 18 minutes. Would this be shorter than any possible land route via automobile?
oh yeah, this is, if you were to take a road route to get here, and you were just driving the speed limit from Kinnick River Road, 40 minutes, probably, if you're just driving the speed limit. It's all the way across the valley. It's from one side to the other. I mean, on our map that we had up here, 7.3 Kinnick River Road wasn't even on that map. And then K Lake Road is like on the other side of the map. So driving for perspective, I've run code, or I've had my lights and siren on going from one end of the valley to the other, and it's a 30-minute code run. So it's at least 45 minutes if you're just driving, regular speeds and obeying traffic, obeying the traffic law. So here's some of those houses we start to see on the bluff. And then you'll start to see more just regular neighborhoods between here and K Lake.
Where K Lake is that known as the Big Lake area, Wasilla area, Middle Lakes area, or do people use different terms for it?
It depends. I think if you were going to write the address down and try to get something delivered through the post office, it would be Wasilla. Johnson Road, for me, the way I was brought up within the troopers, is kind of the geographic marker for Big Lake. It's like the border, if you will. So I've always called anything west of Johnson Big Lake, and anything east of Johnson Wasilla. That's not it's not anything that the post office would necessarily recognize, or that there's any kind of real border there, but it's like right on the ragged edge of Big Lake Wasilla. The actual incorporated area of Big Lake is, the actual border is much further west. It's a much smaller area. So it's generalized as Big Lake, but it's still technically postmarked, I think, Wasilla. Now we kind of, looks like we took a little bit of a right-hand turn, sending this more north and west now. And if we were on the ground, I could tell you which roads these were, but flying over them looks a little bit different, and he doesn't have to go on any thoroughfares.
This is pretty typical topography for the west side of the valley.
Yeah, it's fairly flat. And, depending on where you're at, I guess there's some little hills, but, houses sprinkled in there. Some developments have houses on 1 acre lots, and then others are 5 acre lots. So it just depends. Or larger. Now I think we're starting to get more towards where Johnson Road is. Just step out a little bit so I can see better. All right. I don't want to get this wrong, but I think this might be Johnson. I'll tell you here in just, confirm here in just a second. It's a real long, straight road. Yep, that looks like Johnson.
Tell me when to pause.
Yeah, I will.
You wanna look at Peterson residence from
All right. Push pause for me real quick. I think it's just coming into view right here, but as we go a little bit further, I'll be able to double check it. This would be, oh, I take it back. Nope, I take it back. Sorry. Johnson Road, Hollywood Road. So we're gonna go down Johnson. It's gonna be, you can't see it yet. Go ahead and push play. Sorry, that jog in the road gave it away. There we go. Now we're on track. K Lake Road.
the road went off the left.
Correct. Peterson residence.
Just happened.
Sure. So, as you saw, Johnson Road, K Lake Road, first res on right. That's the house.
And then what do you remember, we got 35 seconds left, eventually they get a little, just continues to hover as they take off.
No, I think they kind of circle a little bit. They hang out for another, I don't know, a couple of seconds, and then they start to head north towards Baldy, if I remember correctly. Then it stops, if I remember correctly.
Let's play through this one.
Sure. And you can kind of see here, if you push pause, I mean, it's set off the roadway. It's difficult, excuse me, sometimes difficult to tell from the air. But if I remember correctly, you can't see the res from the road until you're basically just past the driveway, and then you get a little bit more of a straight shot here, but this is fairly wooded, so you kind of got to go up. There's a small hill. This is elevated. This is an elevated position from down here on K Lake. And then, so, you know, this is kind of their area here, right up next to that other house. And that's about it. I think it'll just kind of end, and they'll start heading more north towards Baldy. This one should be the flight between where we just left off and where David's Bronco was found up off Sites Road. Yeah, no worries. So we just pick up kind of right where we left off, and then boom, northbound towards Sites Road, Schrock area. And we keep calling it Baldy. It's the trail up to Mount Baldy, but it's technically Sites Road.
That ridge that we see, the mountains we see in the distance,
Yep.
is that part of the range that Baldy's on?
Yes, it is. So the Parks Highway kind of travels kind of around that a little bit, and then over just the last little bit of it as you head north from Wasilla towards here. Geographically, you're not really going to see a whole lot different between that last flight and this flight. It's all, you know, mixed use, residential, commercial, highway, and spruce, birch, and swamp. Parks Highway. Yeah, Parks Highway right here. Yeah, so Parks Highway mile 50. Rainbow Lake. We're gonna fly, we might actually just pass over Pittman here in just a minute, and the Holiday, depending on how close he stays to the Parks Highway, might be able to see the Holiday gas station where they purchase fuel. Bet he might miss it on the right side of the frame. It kind of depends here. Yeah, I think that's Meadow Lakes Loop. So that means that the Holiday is kind of right here out of frame, if I remember correctly. Here's Pittman. So Holiday's directly underneath them. So Pittman Road intersects with the Parks Highway just out of view here.
Does Pittman run straight to the mountains?
It kind of, sort of. It does at a point, and then right up about a distance here, it hangs a hard right and goes directly east-west towards Church Road, which intersects Church just north of the Selden and Church intersection, which is it's a food mart. It's a Selden Food Mart is what they call it, but it's a Tesoro gas station where we received the video that depicted the cab going north, and then we see the cab coming south. That's going to be like just right off from Church and Pittman area. It's just south of there.
And this bridge we're talking about, where they cross the Little Sioux, that's off which road? The closest road, main road to it?
Schrock, and Church T intersects with Schrock. So Church runs between Schrock and dead ends at Schrock, and then it also runs into the Parks Highway on the south end, and it used to dead end at the Parks. Now you can go through that intersection and get all the way up to KGB on Mac, but it used to just have two ends.
Now, when we're talking about searches, we talked about searches yesterday and the day before. Lots of areas to be searched, correct?
Yeah.
Lots of difficult terrain.
Yes. That could be Doubloon Lake, one of the lakes I searched around. The topography makes me think it could be, and it's in the general vicinity of where I was searching on one of the days. It's just off Pittman, in between Pittman and Church, in the woods. This looks like the Little Sioux right here. Just a piece of it. I think what he's depicting or trying to point out here is Sites Road. So this is the path that David's Bronco was found on. It's actually back a little bit further, so maybe we could back it up just a hair. Just to make double sure. I just want to look at that a little bit further. I want to follow the road in just a hair. Right there. I'm sorry, a little bit further. Hit that 10-second button right there. Yeah. Keep going. I just want to see the road intersect. There you go. That's far enough. I just want to see the intersection a little bit better. It's everything looks different from the air. If I can see the intersection. I can't really see it. Looks like there's a house there, and that goes up into the woods. And he's zooming in. just let this play for just a hair longer. I just don't want to misstate anything. It looks a little bit, sometimes it looks a little bit different from the air. No, it's actually a road. It's designated as road from the borough, but it's not used as a regular road. You wouldn't drive your sedan up there.
So here, what we're looking at, and where the Bronco was burned, that was public land?
Yes. I might have misspoken. This doesn't look familiar, so let's let this play out just a little bit longer.
In other words, the Bronco was not burned in somebody's private property?
No, it was on Sites Road technically, but not a borough maintained road. It's just still a borough designated road. And we only have about 2.5 minutes left. I just want to see where we go with this, just to make double sure.
It appears like we're gaining some.
Yeah, we're getting elevation here, and you can just barely see that trail leading off there. Some of us might not even be able to see it, but it's just in the woods there.
The Bronco, was it this high, or was it?
No, it was much lower. It was only say it's probably 200 yards off of the main drivable portion of Sites Schrock area. So it was walkable from the roadway. I parked at the bottom of the hill and walked in. Yeah, so all they're showing here is kind of where that trail led to. So where we showed the jury back there a few minutes ago, that was the beginning. It just doesn't have a great picture of where the intersection is. Now he's just kind of backtracking. And there, again, this is just the trail, and you can see it's literally just a trail right there. Down on the far end where it intersects the drivable portion of the road, it's wider. You could put 2 cars on it, well, 2 trucks at least wide, on portions of it. Now we get a little bit better picture of that intersection. Let's see. Yep. Just back up. It's at 7 seconds now. Maybe back it up to like 10 or 15. So there you go. Perfect. All right. So this is that intersection we just saw. This is like how you get into that neighborhood. A paved road goes to the right. The trail cuts off to the left. And David's Bronco was like in this vicinity, if I remember correctly. Go ahead and push play. There's a pretty steep hill right here. It's just at the top of that hill. So like right there. And that's that steep hill. You can't tell from the air, but it's a pretty steep hill. And that's it.
Sure. Johnson, Canada, Peterson Communications.
Yes,
You've seen this before.
I have.
Can you tell us what this is going to be?
This is going to be some communication back and forth between Dominic Johnson and Garrett Canada. Well, they got G and D mixed up there. And I think we got Devin Peterson, sorry. Johnson, Garrett Canada, Devin Peterson, that's why it's
And is
like
either
that.
page going to identify the source of where the information came from?
Sure, it should be in the same layout like we saw before with who sent it, when it was sent, where the file was extracted from, that sort of stuff.
Right. And since this is going back to the jury, I'm just going to ask you to comment on some of the highlights.
Sure.
Parts.
All right, so we start off at the top. We're going to go chronologically later in time, starting with the 24th at 10:11 p.m. There's that missed call from Dominic to Devin Peterson. I'm sorry, from Devin Peterson to Dominic Johnson. Missed call, 0 seconds. And then we get into Dominic texting on Facebook from Devin Peterson's account. Feds took my phone, cuz. And that's at November 24th at 11:37 p.m. So that's right after investigator Colt made contact with Dominic at the cars in Wasilla. And he says, I have, quoting him, I have fucking nothing now. And then we start to get into...
Now we're talking about that original white iPhone 6 that was taken by Shane.
Correct. And then there's a 11:38 p.m. Dominic messages Garrett Canada, you know feds finessed. Devin tells Dominic, you are dumb AF at 11:39 p.m. And then Dominic goes into saying, I have no device now. I'm fucking pissed. He texts Devin now, how TF? And then again, Dominic texts Devin, I'm on a computer. Then there's another 0-second call from Devin to Dominic. I'm not a Facebook wizard. I'm guessing. Right, and I'm guessing. Well, I don't want to guess, but he's on a computer. He's trying to make a phone call. I'm guessing that's why that's not 0 seconds, or that's why it's not connected. Nonetheless. Why did they take it from Devin to Dominic? Why were you talking to them from Devin to Dominic? And then from Devin to Dominic, you said you would break it. And then, correct. And then Dominic replies back to Devin, because they said I was in that kid's Bronco and they said they tracked it and shit.
Now we talked about, when I asked you about Renfro's final interview, the notion that people were communicating, the suspects were communicating during the course of your investigation. Is this evidence that there was communication
Yes,
amongst the suspects?
correct. Devin replies back to Dominic's sketch and then says,
You learned what that means?
that's just like, yeah, I don't remember which one of them had asked for clarification on what that meant. I mean, I inferred that it was like, well, that's weird, kind of a saying, but that is kind of prevalent throughout all of their talking. Dominic to Devin, they said they wanted to go through it. We're still at 11:41 p.m. on the 24th. Again, Devin asks Dominic, why were you talking to them? Why were you talking to them? Dominic then texts Devin back, they literally found me at cars. Devin replies, WTF, I'm glad I left. And then Garrett Canada chimes in at 11:42 p.m. to Dominic, what the fuck?
We heard from juries heard testimony that David Canada was the friend of Michael Kuczynski's daughter.
Yes.
Does this establish that Garrett Canada was with Dominic Johnson and Garrett Canada were familiar with each other?
Yes. And so Dominic kind of goes into a text between him and Devin. At first they were like, are you James so-and-so? And I was like, no. And the pig was like, you sure look like a James to me. And I was like, I'm really not, though. And then Garrett replies to Dominic, why the fuck the Fed's taking everyone's phones? And Devin messages Dominic and says, LOL. And can you go back one slide? I want to clarify. So we can see on the right-hand side where we're getting these messages from. So this is from Dominic Johnson's Facebook. This is from Devin Peterson's Facebook. So the messages are coming from different places, but they're put in here chronologically for easy consumption, I guess, if you will. All right. Dominic texts Devin. I was about to get arrested. I was about to get arrested because some guy had a warrant out apparently. Then Dominic tells Garrett Canada, that's what I'm fucking saying, I'm so pissed. You want me to go through all of these? I can.
Well, it's more about the phone and he should have broken things like that.
Yeah, that he would have broke it, that they think he's in the Bronco. And then the last message at 11:46 p.m. between Dominic and Garrett Canada. I was like, so am I under arrest? And he was like, no. And I was like, so am I free to go? And he said, yes. So I was like, Grandma, get in the car. Again, between Garrett and Dominic, several messages. We're still in that same time frame, 11:46 p.m. on the 24th. It's about the phone. Yeah, and yep, that's about all they're talking about there. Still 11:48 p.m. at the top to 11:51 p.m., so what, a 3-minute window on the 24th. They talk between Garrett and Dominic, and this is all between Garrett and Dominic. Back and forth.
Now, in addition to, as far as Dominic Johnson, in addition to him being upset about his phone being taken, these messages also reflect his feelings about law enforcement.
Yes, they do.
All right. Anything else noteworthy here? Just let it speak for itself.
I think it pretty much speaks for itself. So between 11:52 p.m. and 11:54 p.m., 10 messages, and he's talking about the phone. Yep. Between 11:54 p.m. and 11:56 p.m., there's another, looks like about 10 messages. One deleted message between Devin and Dominic at 11:55 p.m. Garrett's telling him he wouldn't have let it happen without a warrant.
No, we know that troopers eventually seized the second phone from Dominic Johnson, sending communications to the shooter obtaining the phone.
Yes.
What happens there?
As far as this slide goes, I don't, I know he does, but I don't see it on this. Oh yeah, I see that now. I didn't, I remember seeing it in the past. You got me with an iPhone for a while, question mark. So he's asking Devin if Devin can hook him up with a phone. And I remember that from I thought it was later in the conversation, but I see it there at 11:55 p.m.
And as far as Garrett Canada, let me ask you this. Did you uncover any information that would reveal that he had anything physically to do with these events on November 13th?
No. Garrett replies back at the top of whatever slide this is. Slide 9, starting at 11:57 p.m. in caps. It's not a murder investigation if there's no body found. And that's to Dominic. He says he's seen enough criminal minds. And then Dominic replies back to him at 11:57 p.m. Right, WTF, I never even thought of that. Again, they express their opinion about law enforcement, and then they're still just talking about the phone. Going into, now we're at the 25th of November, and right after midnight, So this is still in that same exchange, even though it's the new day. And they're talking about social media a little bit. I only care about Snap. Snap's life, honestly, that's Snapchat.
Are they commenting about their opinion of the investigation?
Yeah, it looks like Dominic tells Garrett Canada at a little after midnight, 00:39 hours, so 12:39 a.m. They're out of leads starting now. They think my phone was a fatty come up, but they're shit out of luck. And he follows that up 30 seconds later to Garrett. If it ever gets connected to internet, everything's gonna get wiped. LMAO.
Now, what does that mean? Is he talking about some special app or some feature on a phone where you can set something or some other person opens it, everything gets wiped off?
There's a way to remotely wipe. I'm not familiar with like the Samsung type phones, but with iPhones, you can remotely wipe those phones if you lose it or it gets stolen or something to that effect. If it comes up on the network and you have the appropriate like Find My iPhone account linked to it, then you can wipe the phone.
So, but he said he was confident he was going to do that.
Correct.
Now, the last one in this series, can you tell us what that is?
This is a message obtained from Devin Peterson's Facebook page, a message, I should say, not from this page. It's a Facebook message between Dominic and Devin Peterson on November 29th at about a little after midnight. And Dominic tells or asks Devin, or tells him, bring XDM.
This is what, 16 days after November 13th?
Correct.
And what is he referring to there?
The Springfield XDM, the 9mm handgun that we figured out was used to murder David.
No. So, and this is Johnson, not Elman, you're asking for the XDM?
Correct.
I would move for the admission of 278 officially at this point.
So admitted.
I think that's it for the screen. If you can have a seat, and maybe we can come back to it eventually. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 280, which has been admitted already, and those were the Johnson Elmenier Communications in red and black ink. You're familiar with that,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes, I am.
Now, in relation to that, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 275, which has some of the information. Let me do one thing here and show you State's Proposed Exhibit number 275. You can take a look at it, and then I'll ask you a couple questions about it.
Yeah, I'm familiar with this.
All right. Now, are those the Facebook records which form the basis for State's Exhibit number 280?
Yes.
And likewise, 275, is that a list of Elmeninger's contact on Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move, and then as far as the content, it shows the same substantive content as this one, is that correct?
It does. It's just a different format.
Right.
So, yeah, these are blocked out kind of vertically, and that's blocked out horizontally, but it's all the same information.
All right. And then this one gets uses a little different terminology. It uses the words author, uses the word recipient, and sent, right?
Right, and it is in UTC time. Our Alaska time, depending on the month, is either -9 or -8 hours from UTC. So the records in 280 are converted to Alaska time, and the records that come from Facebook are all in UTC time. But they're not the exact same time. This would show 9 hours earlier, but it's the same record.
But what we have in 275, that's what you investigators got from Facebook, right?
Correct.
Okay. I move for the omission of 275.
So admitted.
Now, turning your attention to State's Proposed Exhibit number 198, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a summary of phones and emails and nicknames and the people that they may be related to?
Yes.
Based on all the records that were obtained pursuant to the search warrants in this case?
That's correct.
And this summary, was it put together by the Technical Crimes Unit?
Yes.
And provided to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've talked about some of the phones, and I think, obviously when we talked about the PowerPoints and whatnot, there hasn't been much argument about, is it Dominic Johnson's phone speaking to Elmeninger's phone and vice versa. But it was pointed out by Mr. Provost just a second ago that, the phone for Alyssa Bledsoe, 521-3230, is also listed on Bradley Renfro. Is the reason because that phone was also quote-unquote associated with Bradley Renfro?
Right.
Okay, and the
And
reason being what?
That he was associated with Alyssa. Alyssa was using that phone, and since Bradley had access to that phone, would have overlapped essentially in use.
And I think we covered this notion with the technical crimes people. When we get these records and these conversations, obviously, people can use other people's phones, right?
Sure.
I mean, that's a possibility.
Absolutely.
And we clearly acknowledge that in our case, right?
That's correct.
All right. I would move for the omission of 198.
I partially object.
Okay, let me see it, please.
Should I come to the bench?
Yeah, come on up to the bench. Let's do a sidebar. Yes, it's admitted, sir, with that caveat. So that is number, which number was it? 198 is admitted with the correction the court made.
Now, now that we've covered all that, I'm not gonna backtrack to the beginning of the investigation, but where we left off, as far as you describing all the efforts of the investigation, left off, I believe, at, Bradley Renfro's interview on 12/6/2016, covered that, we had the tape, no other questions, so that moves us to 12/7. Let me get that calendar back up there. All right, 12/7, any investigative efforts on that day, any progress made on that day?
Yeah, we had an interview with Austin Barrett on that day.
Now, where was he picked up on that day?
In Wasilla on Selden, there's a, at the Selden and Wasilla Fishhook intersection, there's a gas station with a small convenience store. It's called the Wasilla Fishhook Food Mart, and we found him there.
Now, obviously, the jury's heard that he had not been contacted before 12/7 in terms of people asking questions about this case, correct?
Correct.
Although he was at Almanator's house on 12/2,
2.
but was shooed away. Is that-
You know, I re-reviewed that audio this morning, and I don't hear myself doing that. I think I mentally thought to myself, you need to be not here. But I think I overheard Investigator Ballesteros actually give that direction if it was given. And but nonetheless, I did contact him with Austin on 12/2.
Alright, so 12/2, but then his name did come up later on 12/2, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And then, of course, on 12/6, when you interviewed Defendant Renfro, his name came up about Renfro acknowledged Barrett's, being present and being involved in this halfway through the interview or so.
Roughly, yes. And I don't want to go too far back, but 12/6, there was a search warrant at K Lake Road, and there was an interview there where Austin's name was mentioned in a different context, but it had been mentioned in that interview as well.
Well, I don't know if we talked the 12/6 K Lake Road activity. I'm not sure we actually covered that when we were going through the investigation. Maybe we should backtrack just to that, please.
Yeah, on 12/6, we served a search warrant on K Lake Road, that residence where we saw on video number 1 today, which is actually the second video, Devin Peterson's residence.
Now, remind me, was that before or after the interview with Bradley Renfro?
That was before, I believe. We did that search warrant at 11 a.m.
All right. So, and that was covered by Sergeant Ingram during this trial?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you're saying that the name Austin Barrett came up during that event?
Yeah, just briefly in Devin Peterson's interview.
All right. Nonetheless, was Austin Barrett taken to the Palmer Post first?
Yes.
And did anybody speak to him at the Palmer Post?
Sergeant Ingram and I spoke to him.
How long was the discussion at the Palmer Post?
I can refer back to my notes and tell you exactly. It looks like between 1:30 and about 3:50 p.m., 2.5 hours.
And then was he taken to a different location?
We went over to the DA's office.
And was there a lengthier interview at the DA's office?
Yes.
And who was present at that interview?
Sergeant Ingram, me, Austin, and you.
And then, anything else happened on 12/7? And that was recorded also?
Yes.
Both interviews posted in the DA's office?
Correct.
And anything else happened on 12/7?
Give me one second just to double check. Investigator Decor made contact with Kyle Pratt, which is a neighbor of Rodney Almendinger on Estee. Kyle doesn't live on Estee, he's like kitty corner. to the Almendinger residence. Nonetheless, investigator Decor had an interview with him on the 7th, and that looks like that was it for the 7th.
Now, December 8th, I believe you testified a day or 2 days ago. That was the pre-planned date for grand jury prior to David's body being found, correct?
Right.
And was the decision made to utilize that date for grand jury?
Yes.
To continue to keep that date?
Yes.
And what was it, 1 or 2 days of grand jury?
I remember it being like a day and a half or almost 2 full days. I think I remember it going into the morning of the 9th for sure, but I don't remember how long on the 9th it lasted.
Okay. Now, we did talk, I'm not going to get into, obviously people know that grand jury is an abbreviated proceeding, correct?
Right.
Clearly not as lengthy as this trial.
No.
And that is still pretty early on. It was only, how many days after the 13th?
So we're almost 3 weeks after the 13th.
And is it fair to say that we didn't have all the lab reports and whatnot that we've been discussing
Right.
in this trial on the grand jury?
That's for sure.
Now, we did talk about some agreements. We talked about opportunities provided to suspects and agreements made. And we talked about Johnson's agreement in the, on the 2nd, where he testified that the agreement was he was going to take you to certain locations or a location. He wouldn't make any statements during the course of that while he was present. You wouldn't ask him any questions, correct?
Correct.
And then he could use that as a factor of mitigation towards a sentence at the sentencing proceeding if he was later convicted of anything, correct?
Correct.
There were no other agreements made.
Not to my knowledge.
No, in other words, like an agreement that we could not use his actions on that day. Was there any agreement that we couldn't talk about his actions on that day as far as him bringing you to the location of David Grunwald's body?
No.
Now, in terms of other, I'm going to talk before grand jury for any other agreements made with any of the suspects to, for example, testify at grand jury for exchange, something else.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Right. And then, obviously, we discussed this concept that, we acknowledged this in our opening statement, that we cannot show definitively who shot David Grunwald, correct?
That's correct.
Is it fair to say that we have narrowed down to a number of 4 people?
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
But you weren't there when it happened,
No.
obviously.
5 people went into the woods and 4 came out.
Okay, and then other than the people that were charged in this offense, Renfro, Almendinger, Barron, Johnson, there were no other witnesses to the goings on at the Camp River on November 13th,
No,
or the events at the camper trailer, correct?
that's correct.
Aside from David Grunwald.
Right, witnesses that we could talk to.
And therefore, continuing on this question, subsequent to grand jury, were any agreements made with any of the 4 people that were there for them to testify against the others?
No.
Okay, and in terms of the reasons why agreements weren't made, what was the primary reason why agreements were made?
In my opinion, it's the continued deception amongst all the parties prohibit our ability to truly know who pressed the trigger that night, and despite numerous efforts of trying to get him to be a good witness or be a witness at all, we can't definitively say that they didn't pull the trigger, nor can we say that they did. So.
Let's talk about Eric Almendinger. Obviously, we had those photos of him with the Luger, right?
Right.
We had the gang stuff on Eric Almendinger.
Correct.
But then, had he been made a witness, there was 3 interviews where he completely denied being with David.
That's correct.
Say, analogizing Bradley Renfro, first 2 interviews he denied being with David. Right?
That's correct.
So if he was made a witness, do you believe that the lies during the first full interview and the second full interview would affect his credibility if you were made into a witness in this particular case?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about 12-9. We're done with grand jury. Let's talk about further activity on the part of the investigative team. After grand, we know Eric Elmner was arrested before grand jury.
That's correct.
And were the other three arrested after grand jury?
Yes.
Now let's move on to post-grand jury investigative activity. And is it fair to say that the investigation continued past December, throughout December and then past December?
Yeah, we were still getting pieces of information in all the way through February of 2017 in this case, maybe even longer.
And now, as far as the crime lab, we've already heard that the troopers initiate crime lab activity by asking them through a request for laboratory services to perform work. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that happening post grand jury also?
Yes.
And then let's talk about what you have next. What I have next in your report is 12-20, but do you have anything between the 9th and the 20th?
Yeah, we have a series of, we're still doing analysis on social media. We're still receiving social media results. So I kind of explained it a little bit before. I might not have done a great job, but when we apply for the warrant, we don't always get the data right away. So as time goes on here throughout December, we're receiving the data that we had requested via the search warrant from Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram. Some of the devices take longer to download based on a number of variables. So we're still getting some of those in. So search warrants are still being written, and data is still being received and analyzed. Like for instance, on the 13th, Investigator DeCore served a search warrant on Google records for Devin Peterson's email or Gmail account. On the 14th, Investigator Jorgensen had received some Facebook records via search warrants and Instagram records from Facebook and Instagram. Just kind of trying to go day by day by some of my team that was working on this.
While you're doing that, let me ask you a question. Like all this social media stuff that's coming in, thousands of pages, how would you describe that?
Oh, I would say thousands of pages is an accurate
And
assumption,
in terms of
estimation.
people that are actually looking through this, we heard a little bit from Ms. Johnson that as to the exhibit she talked about, that she said she screened the material to include relevant information, exclude irrelevant information. Are you doing that too? Are other investigators doing that too, or not? Just can you talk a little bit about what does TCU do versus what do people in your shop do?
So we get the raw data from either Facebook or Snapchat or however it comes, whichever carrier gives it to us. Generally speaking, in a case that's as complex as this one was, or as much data as there is to analyze here, I'll send it off to TCU for analysis. They're the pros on that sort of stuff. They have software that kind of orients it better it basically makes it easier to read. And then they will search through that and find what they believe to be important information. Now, that important information is given to me in the form of one of those bookmarks that they just kind of click a little tag and it kind of tags it electronically so that I can see what they believe to be important. That comes back to me. I review that, but I have at my disposal the original records that contain all of the information. And generally, at the end of one of these longer investigations, I'll go through the entirety of the record that she pulled the bookmarks from, just to double check that there wasn't anything that was overlooked. Maybe she doesn't know that something was important because I overheard something. It could be 100 different reasons, but I'll generally look at those records as well.
Now, is it, with this volume of information, is it, I mean, everybody's human, is it possible that something could be overlooked? I'm not suggesting it was, but
Sure.
is it possible?
Oh, absolutely. There's, like you said, thousands of pages of this if we were to put it on paper.
Now, and what date are we on to next in terms of what happened in the investigation?
There's still some stuff going on. The 16th, investigator Ingram and Decor go back to SD Drive and serve another search warrant.
Let's cover that, because
Okay.
one of the stipulations that we're going to read into the record is that the lab examined 2 rectangular rugs, 1 oval rug, 1 spray bottle of glass cleaner, 1 spray bottle of 409 household cleaner, and 1 bleach container, and didn't find anything significant on those items. Was that taken by Decor and Ingram on the day you're talking about?
Right, that's December 16th, 2016.
And that was from the Almendinger residence as opposed to the camper, because you already had the camper?
Right, that's 780 SD.
And what was the thought process behind that?
We were just looking, so now obviously we have some more information. We processed the trailer on December 1st, and we found blood inside the trailer. We also could still smell bleach. And we had located a shoe print on the side of the trailer during the processing of that travel trailer. And so now we're going back to the Almendinger residence, looking for cleaning supplies, looking for potentially the rug that might have been inside there, and then any shoes. Due to the possibility of having trace evidence transferred between those items, the cleaning supplies, the rugs, the shoes, at the Almendinger residence that could have been there when David's blood was transferred to it from the inside of the travel trailer.
And as it relates to some of these things that I'm asking about, when it comes down to trial time, is it primarily the prosecutor's duty to make the final decision as to what witnesses are to be called and what exhibits are to be used in a trial?
Yes.
Now, however, obviously you're sitting at the table with me, and is there coordination between the case officer? I'm just talking generally now, and we'll get specific as to this case, but is there generally coordination between the officer in charge of the case, whether it's a trooper or local police department officer, and the prosecutor when it comes time to making those kind of decisions?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, like for example, like do you feel like if you felt there was an important witness that was not on the witness list that you thought should be called, do you feel like you have the ability to communicate that to the prosecutor?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the case in this particular case?
Yes.
All right. What day are we on now?
We just finished up the 16th, if I believe. Looks like we fast forward to the 20th. We have an interview with Garrett Canada up here, but one of my peer trooper investigators up here in Fairbanks. That happens at about 8 a.m. on the 20th of December. We're still examining some of the mobile devices on the 20th of December. I was applying for search warrants for palm, fingerprints, and DNA warrants for Eric Almendinger, Austin Barrett, Bradley Renfro, Devin Peterson, and Dominic Johnson.
In this particular case, were warrants obtained from the Palmer court or from a number of different courts, depending on where the officer was at the time?
I've got all the warrant numbers. I have the Palmer prefix, 3PA, so they're all Palmer court warrants.
Now, and we do have in the stipulations that, it was described how palm prints and fingerprints were compared to a few latents. But did the Palmer Court grant search warrants for you to obtain both DNA and palm prints and fingerprints from Elmeninger, Barrett, Renfro, Peterson, and Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. And was that on December 22nd, did Investigator Fieser execute those warrants on Peterson, Johnson, Renfro, and Barrett?
Yes.
And that was DNA and the prints, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then did you personally execute the warrant on Elmeninger?
I did the next day, 12/23.
And was that for DNA and palm and fingerprints?
Yes.
And what's the standard DNA collection method employed by investigators?
A pretty simple process. We have some oversized Q-tips, about yay long, and we take a couple of them and we rub them along the inside of the cheek. We call them a buccal swab, so we take DNA from the inside of the cheek. Pretty unintrusive method of getting their DNA.
All right. And I see when you did it, what day did you do it?
I think I had 12/23, if I remember correctly.
And Fieser?
Did his on he did his on 12/22, the day before.
All right. Is there anything else on 12/22 or 12/23 that came up during the investigation or was done during the investigation?
We had laptop forensically analyzed. We had some warrants applied for AT&T called detail records related to Austin Barrett's phone number. We received some other AT&T data. And I'm still on 12/23, I guess. And that looks like it kind of takes me to 12/28.
All right. And 12/28, was there an interview with Michael Placzynski?
Yes.
We already heard his testimony. Who did that interview? Was that you?
I did that telephonically. He was here in Fairbanks, and I was in Palmer.
Okay. We also, what else was done on the 28th?
Let me just double check here. Hang on one second. I don't see anything else on the 28th specifically.
Did you get a search warrant for the neon that was located at the Peterson residence?
Yes.
Okay. And was that eventually secured and taken to Manusca Towing and Recovery?
Yes.
Okay. And was that based on that stain that you saw on the seat?
Right. There was a small stain in the back seat, and we already had information that Austin had stayed back there, so we wanted to test that stain.
Now, eventually, we heard already that eventually that came back as a match to Devin Peterson, right?
Right.
So it didn't, is that the way that investigations normally go, that some things need to be addressed and ruled out, perhaps?
Yeah, it depends. Like if we're talking specifically about that neon, we find it at Devin Peterson's house. We know that Austin had stayed in the back of it, and by this point we know that Austin was present, and the stain came back presumptive positive for blood. We want to make sure that it either is or is not, so confirm or deny whether or not it's David's blood, so we test that against the known samples we have, and in this case it came back as Devin Peterson's.
All right, and I know that my next, in your section, my next thing goes to 1-3, when you and Carly Weehee processed the vehicle.
Right.
I mean, you took a swab of that stain, obviously, right?
Right.
Was anything else interesting in that vehicle or not really?
Nothing rises to my mind about that vehicle.
Okay. But we do have the period between 12/28 and 1/3. Was there anything else that you have? And again, keeping in mind that I don't have the other investigators' report in this section, so I'm relying on you to find that.
No, that's like the holiday weekend area there, so I don't have anything in my report either.
Now,
I take it back. Oh no, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong date. I got 112 and 113.
all right. And now let me ask you, in terms of whether investigations stop at some point or keep going until the cases are done? Do you have an opinion on that?
It depends on the case. If we're talking specifically about this case, the case can be closed and the report written and the charges filed and the DAs have the report, and then we get new information. So we'll open up what we call another supplement and supplement that report with that new information. And it seems like some cases just stop and they never have anything left ever to deal with them ever again. And then some cases you stop and then a month later you get some new info, and then 6 months later you might get some new info. And this one kind of operated more like the latter.
Now, you said the 12th of January. Now we're off that exhibit. We're getting into the next year. You said in January 12th there was some activity.
Well, we did. The 6th of January we had some activity. We actually tried to speak with Andrea Cullington on that day, and then on the 6th I spoke with Michael Placzynski again, so it's my second time speaking with him.
I take it that Andrea Cullington did not volunteer the video to you on the day that you spoke with her?
That's correct.
And what next?
So again, this 6th I had a second interview, telephonic interview with Michael Placzynski, and then I go to the 12th and 13th of January.
And did you interview Jim Bracker and Carmen West on that day?
I did.
And was this about the .40 caliber?
Yeah, the Ruger.
Okay. Now, at this point, I'm trying to remember, did you know that, I mean, you obviously knew it was a 9mm casing found at the scene, right?
Right.
So did you assume that, or did you presume that the .40 was not the murder weapon?
I did, yeah.
Okay. And did you already have evidence from Eric, the photographs on some of the social media that Eric Almendinger was associated with the .40?
Yes.
All right, and we didn't call Mr. Bracker, so I'm gonna, I perhaps should ask one more question. Is there any indication from the scene that perhaps the .40 was fired also, like a hole in a tree? Like maybe this notion that maybe there were two people that fired, but the person with the .40 missed, and there was a hole in a tree someplace or a slug in a tree someplace?
We thoroughly searched that area, and we don't have any evidence that there was another firearm used in that area.
And what, in your section, what date do you have next as far as, more significant investigative activity?
It goes to, let me back up just one second, sorry. 12th and 13th goes to the 19th. I asked one of my peers up here in Fairbanks to, looks like, re-interview Garrett Canada on the 23rd. That was done, so I asked him on the 19th, and he was able to get a hold of Garrett on the 23rd. So that was a second interview with Garrett Canada. The 27th, we're still forensically analyzing some of the tablets and phones that we've got, so I see that on the 27th of January. And then we go to the 1st of February, where I have another interview with Austin.
Now, in February, and you can, if there's anything else in between the time I'm asking about this and before, you can fill us in, but did you interview LaRue and Arthur LaRue and Misty Johnson in February of 2017?
I actually did that March 21st, 2017, so it's just a little bit later.
Okay. So was it in February, did you receive information about them?
Yes.
And was that through the Technical Crimes Unit that they find text, or how did those names come to your attention?
Yeah, we discovered text messages between Misty and Sammy that were related to the Grunwald case.
No, theoretically, I suppose, you could interview all family members, right? I mean, theoretically, you could interview all the mothers, all the fathers, to see if any of the people said anything to them, right? I mean,
Sure.
Is that generally done in investigations or not?
Not generally.
Okay. Is there an assumption that there might be some allegiances, or just, can you describe that a little bit?
Well, yeah, a couple reasons. I mean, in a case like this, if we're talking about murder, I don't expect that they're going to talk to their mom about murder necessarily. But if they did, I would expect the loyalty from the mother to be to the son, and I would absolutely expect that, not to me. And then I would be dealing with a kind of I don't want to say hearsay issue, because it's not hearsay for me back when I'm doing the interview. It is here in court, but I don't know that the information could be super useful if that person who's, like, for instance, mom's telling me, because mom wasn't there. So mom's only getting what son or daughter would tell him. So.
All right. Now, in March, when you did interview Sammy LaRue and Misty Johnson, was there some hemming and hawing or some deception in early on? Let's separate it out, like deal with LaRue first. Was there a little bit of hesitation?
Yes.
You
From
know?
Sammy, yes.
What's that?
From Sammy, yes.
What type of hesitation?
Outright denial that he had any involvement in what I was talking to him about that day.
All right. And what techniques did you have to use to eventually get him to verify that he indeed took custody of the clothes?
In this case, I had printed out the text messages that he and Misty had exchanged, and I showed them his text messages where he talks about destroying Dominic's clothing.
Okay, that's all basically that's what it took.
Right.
All right. And was the interview with Misty Johnson the same day in March?
Yes, a little bit later that day.
Okay. Now, was it the same situation where there were some denials first, or did you tell her about the text messages right away?
I think I kind of talked about the text messages right away, and I left an open door, like, hey, I know there's something out there and you know about it. I'd like to hear your side of it. And she kind of came forward with what she wanted to tell me.
And Sergeant Ingram was with you at that time?
Yes.
Then Sergeant Ingram. All right.
Yes.
So we know March. Anything else in February or March that is significant for the jury to know about the investigation?
No, it looks like we fast forward to April in my case.
Now, the video in the shed,
Yes.
did that come up during the interview with Misty? Is that the first time it came up?
That's what the interview was about. Although we hadn't seen the video, obviously we didn't see it for a long time after that. But the information we had was that she had seen the video. So we were asking her about that video. That's the whole purpose of that interview. Well, that and the clothes.
Okay. And did she verify that Andrea had showed it to her like she testified in this trial?
Yes.
Now, your thought on that, did you assume that video had been deleted?
Yeah, I never expected to ever find that video. We'd looked for it a couple of times.
So moving on, January, let's talk about the video and Andrea Cullington. When did you actually first see this video? Do you remember?
During the last trial.
And did you see it? Where did you see it? Location, and on whose phone, or what kind of device?
Sure. So Andrea, she had her phone with her. However, her phone was broken, and it clearly had a cracked screen. She couldn't get into her Snapchat account via her phone, so she logged in on my work phone and got into her account where the video had been saved, and she showed us the video in one of the courtrooms in Palmer.
And then did you photograph it or video the video?
Videoed the video, because I don't have I got an old state phone. It's not capable of taking screen videos. I can take screen shots, but the video is really short, so just took a video of the video to keep that video there.
Now, when you saw it on her phone, was there a date and time associated with it or not?
I remember seeing it as it played, but we don't have the raw data, so I remember seeing the date. And off the top of my head, I don't remember what that date was. I remember correctly. It was a date stamped the November 13th. However, it was time stamped just before any of the interaction with David that we see happen in the trailer.
Okay, so when Misty Johnson first mentioned the video, were you under the impression that it may have been a video made after the murder?
Yes.
Like a bragging video or a summary video of what was done?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once you saw the date stamp and perhaps the communications, looking at the timestamp and date stamp in conjunction with the communications between Johnson and Almenninger that they were coming over from Alyssa Bledsoe's, did that change your impression of when this video was made?
It looked to me like it was made just before they go over to Eric's house that night.
Now, did you later see the same video on somebody else's device?
I believe Alyssa Bledsoe also had it.
Okay. And now, going back to, could something have been missed? Now, was this on Snapchat?
Snapchat.
Okay. Now, when I think about Snapchat, I think about messages that go away fairly quickly, but
Sure.
I think the witness here, he might not have been here, explained that if it's part of somebody's story or something, it could stay on Snapchat or whatever, things like that. But my question is, did you get Alyssa earlier, before this video was discovered, did you get Alyssa Bledsoe's Snapchat records?
I believe we
And
did.
if so, why do you think that video was not located on her Snapchat records?
I still kind of scratch my head as to how this video doesn't show up. We actually had Andrea Cullington's Snapchat as well prior to this. We got that in April of 2017. And it didn't show up on either of their stories. I'm sorry, any of the data that came from their accounts. I don't know how that didn't happen when we received the records from Snapchat. It kind of is what it is.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to go in detail, like when did you get certain lab reports. You've reviewed all the lab reports in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the lab did a lot of work on this case?
Yes.
Okay, of different types of work?
Correct.
Right. Now, the fact that the lab said that the swabs that were taken by Carly Weehee and Jamie Nading in the camper that matched David Grunwald's DNA, was that any surprise to you?
No,
I mean, was that anticipated?
it was.
And was that the primary reason for collecting those swabs, was to verify that it was David's blood?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I can say that.
Okay. Now, we had some testimony about fingerprints from Mr. Wilcoxon, and that he wasn't able to find any usable prints on the guns. Now, as to the issue of, who shot David Grunwald, this is one of the issues we're dealing with, and in this case, it's at the very least something everybody certainly is interested in, right?
Sure.
As to that issue, let's say, had somebody's fingerprint been found on the Springfield XDM, would that prove that that person shot David Grunwald?
No.
Why not?
Fingerprints don't, you can't date stamp a fingerprint, so you could fingerprint this here now today. But look, take my binder for instance. You're not going to be able to tell when any of the fingerprints that are on my binder came from. I've been carrying this binder now for almost 3 years, and my fingerprints are all over it, and the one you've analyzed today could be today's, or it could be 3 years ago's.
Now, how about if a fingerprint had been found on the spent 9mm casing? Would that solve the question of who shot David Grunwald?
No, all the fingerprint is going to show is that at some point in the lifespan of that item, in the gun, in the casing, whatever it is, that somebody who owns that fingerprint touched it at some point.
Okay. Now, let's say a DNA swab of the Springfield matched up to one of the suspects. Would that solve the issue of who shot David Grunwald?
No.
Okay, no, that's something different, DNA. Why would that not solve the issue?
Again, it doesn't have a date associated with it. You can't date or timestamp DNA. All it would show is that they handled it, their DNA was transferred to it at some point during the life of that item.
And just because Bradley Renfro said in the second part of his interview that Eric Almendinger shot David Grunwald, does that solve the issue of who shot David Grunwald?
No.
No, but some of these things, so you gave me the answers were no, that would not solve that issue. However, are those things that you routinely would fill out lab request forms for?
Yes.
Now, conversely, on the issue of the Ruger, and now that was, and I know I'm starting to bounce around here, were the guns and the magazines sent back to the lab? I think you already said they were. Is
Yes,
that correct?
they were.
Okay. The fact that David Grunwald's blood was found on the Ruger .40 caliber, does that support any of the theories or notions in this case?
It supports that he was struck with it.
No, it doesn't give us a timestamp, right? Just
Doesn't.
similar to the fingerprints and the DNA, it doesn't give us a timestamp, right?
Correct.
So would the jury have to look at that evidence in conjunction with all the other evidence in that case?
Absolutely.
Now, so that the Cullington, that was December of 2018 when you preserved that video, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, let's talk a little bit about that video. Does the video show that there were other people in that shed in addition to Dominic Johnson?
Yes.
Can you personally say you know that is the hand, when you're looking at the video and Dominic Johnson, there's a hand, looks like it's wearing a jacket, that's kind of on the table to Dominic Johnson's right. Can you tell us whose hand that is or not?
No.
All right. Can you definitely say that there are some other voices in that video in addition to Dominic Johnson's voice?
Yes.
But can you definitely say whose the voices they are or not?
Not.
Okay. So therefore, to determine who was in that shed, would we have to look at all the other evidence in conjunction with that video to reach those possible conclusions?
I think so, yeah.
And going to this video and going to this notion, does the investigation ever end? Was that video preserved as evidence in this particular case?
Yes.
You getting close, Mr. Kalichuk? It's 10:18, so.
I still have a little bit, Judge. You want to take a break at this point?
We probably should. It's been almost 2 hours. So. Okay, let's go ahead and take our morning break. Okay, please be seated, everybody. We're on record. Mr. Kalichuk, you continue. Go ahead.
Right, when we look back on the investigation, let me ask you, after the video was obtained from both Cullington and Bledsoe in 2018, was that the last major development in the investigation?
Yes.
Okay, and when I'm talking about major development, let me explain. I'm talking about things like the guns being found at Peterson's on December 6th, 2016. Did you consider that a major development?
Yes.
Okay. The Holiday gas station video that showed Johnson and Renfro getting the gas, did you consider that a major development?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, interviews, those are always important. But so back to, did you consider the video a fairly major development?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of surprises or not, did you know that there was a video in existence at some point in time, or there had been a video in existence at some point in time?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Yeah, for that Collington video, you testified that Misty Johnson had mentioned that video, right?
Yes.
Okay, but were you very hopeful of getting that video or not?
No, I didn't think I would ever find the video.
Okay, and how about the guns? The guns were, there had been a couple of weeks that had gone by between November 13th and when the guns were found. Were you hopeful that the guns would be found, or
Yeah, I was very hopeful.
because why? Because people tend to hang on to guns?
Well, I'm hopeful because I think it's going to be very good evidence in this investigation. I don't know going into these where I'm going to find important evidence. In that case, I was hopeful that I would find important evidence, and I did.
Now, in one of your interviews, I think you mentioned that, they had missed most of the course on how to get away with murder, right?
Yes.
Now, with guns, we know that you could drive on the Connect River Bridge and toss a gun over the railing, right?
Yep.
And good luck finding that weapon, right?
Yeah, I would estimate it's probably gone forever.
Okay, now, clearly that could have been done in this case, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, we fired up some old school technology here. Describe for the jury. What is contained in Exhibit 243?
243 is kind of it's a timeline of some of the more important events in this investigation.
Now, is it fair to say that the jury has probably heard all this since we're at the tail end of the prosecution case?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see anything new on here.
Okay. Do you feel that this is helpful, just as a helpful reminder of the times and dates when important things happen in this particular
Yeah, it's just kind of a bird's eye view of the start and stop, or at least the stop according to this timeline of all of the important events that happened between the 13th and I think it ends on the 2nd. We'll have to double check, but nonetheless, it's just a bird's eye view of the investigation.
And I should ask you, who put this chart, this timeline together?
We have an analyst at our Intel office in Anchorage that has a plotter that can print it out, if I believe so.
And was this based on all the information that was available to the troopers up to the time this timeline was created?
Yes.
Do you remember when this timeline was created? Was it a long time ago?
It was a while ago, yes.
I'll do the sliding, I'll ask you to do the talking.
Sounds good. All right, the beginning of this, the timeline there says significant events, and then the start date is November 13th, 2016. The first, and I guess I should point out, there's really no reason other than spacing as to why something's on top versus something is on the bottom. Nonetheless, you don't want to run out of room in between these 2 points because stuff starts to get a little bit crowded on the timeline. But the first event is David and Victoria leave the Grunwald home. That's dated 5:40 p.m. on November 13th, 2016. And then the next time plotted on here is November 13th at about 5:53 p.m. David picks up David Evans at Pioneer Pizza at 5:53 p.m. And then David Grunwald drops off Victoria at her mother's house. We don't have an exact time on that. It's just dated 11/13, but we know from our interviews and our investigation that it happened after David Grunwald picked up David Evans.
And David picking up the other David at Pioneer Pizza, that's from the text messages between the two.
Right, and so if you see an exact time on here, it's likely because it came from social media or cell phone data, call detail records, or something of that sort. That gives us the exact timestamp. If it doesn't have a time, like David drops Victoria off at her mother's house. We know that came after Pioneer Pizza and before dropping David Evans off. We just don't have an exact time on that, but we understand it falls chronologically after one and before the other. I'm just going to step out because it's easier to do out here. All right, David Grunwald drops David Evans off at the Almendinger residence right after dropping Victoria off, and then the next time is that he picks Victoria and her sister Crystal back up from where he just dropped her at her mom's house. He travels into the Palmer cars. We have the 6:12 p.m. date stamp there because that comes from the security camera footage from cars itself, so we know that's a date and time that's accurate. And he gets some water at cars, and then travels out to the Butte, where he drops Crystal and Victoria off at their father's house. That's about 6:20 p.m. And then we start to see some messages. Dominic Johnson tells Eric Almendinger they're at the camper at 6:22 p.m. We have a phone call. David Grunwald calls his mom to get curfew extended at 6:30 p.m. David arrives at the Almendinger house around 6:40 p.m. And then David Grunwald tells Angela Dykus that he's smoking a joint. That's from an Instagram message that we received from David Grunwald's Instagram, so his social media records. That's at 7:07 p.m. Dominic Johnson asks Eric Almendinger to borrow a Thule at about 8:09 p.m. on November 13th. We saw that from the Facebook messages. And then David Grunwald messages Angela Dykus back again at 8:10 p.m. And we move on to see some of those messages between Dominic Johnson and Eric Almendinger. This one's dated November 13th at 8:16 p.m., where Dominic Johnson tells Eric Almendinger that he needs to act fast. The next timeline, 8:20 p.m., Eric Almendinger messages Cheyenne Suarez. And then we have the last cell data received from David Grunwald's phone at 8:35 p.m. on November 13th. Sure. So we fast forward to about 9:43 p.m. We have a tower hit or ping from Dominic Johnson's phone, and that's in the Butte area. If I remember the 9:43 pings, there was several of them between 43 and 45, and they were kind of near the Knik River Bridge. Almendinger, Johnson, Renfro, and Barrett go to Devin Peterson's house. Again, this isn't time-stamped. We don't have an exact time of that, but it's November 13th, and it's the evening hours of November 13th. At 9:55 p.m., we start to see Victoria messaging Eric Almendinger. We know those messages were in an attempt to locate David Grunwald. And then Rodney Almendinger is messaging Eric Almendinger at about 10:20 p.m. on the 13th. By this time, chronologically, Dominic Johnson, Eric Almendinger, and Bradley Renfro are at the Holiday gas station in Wasilla, just about a mile or two away from Devin Peterson's house. They've already retrieved the gas cans, and they're filling them up at the Holiday. We don't see Eric on that video. We see Dominic and Bradley. Between 10:53 and I think 10:55, we see that video kind of progress through dropping off the gas cans, coming in, paying, going back out to the gas cans and leaving. And that's what we see here. The top block there says Johnson is on the phone with Peterson from the Holiday gas station. Again, that's the timestamp November 13th, 10:56 p.m. because we have that cell data that shows us that. We see him on the video talking on the phone, and at that exact time, we have his cell data showing that he called Devin Peterson. Almost to midnight, so we're 11:37 p.m. Eric Almendinger responds to Victoria about her messages to him regarding David. We graduate into 11:14, so the early morning hours. 11:14, Eric starts to talk back to his dad, Rodney, at 12:12 a.m. on the 14th. At 12:28 a.m., Dominic Johnson calls for the Alaska cab. We see the cab on video at the Food Mart, Selden and Church. We know that the cab driver, Scott McCormick, picks up Eric Allmendinger, Bradley Renfro, and Dominic Johnson at the Little Sioux Bridge, which is just obviously walking distance from where the Bronco was burned up. And we see the cab coming back through, traveling the opposite direction at about 1:03 a.m. on that same video at Selden and Church Food Mart. Allmendinger starts talking with Alyssa Bledsoe at about 3:55 a.m. And then now Alyssa Bledsoe is telling Eric to keep the group quiet at 6:12 a.m.
Are those from records, social media records also?
Yes. So we're still on the 14th at about a little after noon, 12:18 p.m. Ryan Wheeler locates the burned out Bronco on the trail out of Baldy. And then one of our patrol troops, Trooper Green, arrives as a response for that call for service. That ends the 11:14 timeline. 11:16 is my first contact with Eric Allmendinger at the 780 Esty at his house at about 4:30 p.m. And then 11:18, another interview with Eric Allmendinger, and that's the one where I take his tablet, and we have another conversation about some of the inconsistencies with the first interview. November 23rd, we get a third interview with Eric Allmendinger at about 3:36 p.m., and if I remember correctly, that's the one where he ends the interview with me by saying he didn't want to be badgered by me.
Now, in terms of, my previous questions about making people witnesses, now, during each of these three witnesses, during each of these three interviews with Allmendinger, and this goes to the issue of could he have been a good witness, did he, in each of those videos, in each of those interviews, did he ever admit any contact with David Grunwald on November 13th?
No. Going to November 29th now, we have a search warrant service at Eric Allmendinger's house. And on November 29th is when we take the trailer from his house, and we later search that trailer. And that's about 7:10 p.m. on the 29th. Going into 12:02, we have the block here says Peterson, Renfro, Barrett, Johnson, and Bledsoe contacted in Palmer at about 9 a.m. That's when I made the call to Bradley to tell him I wanted to chat with him, and I had my folks outside the Valley Hotel ready to catch anybody that came out, and we contacted all of them coming out of the Valley Hotel, and then we interviewed well, we didn't interview Dominic. We spoke with Devin Peterson that day, and Dominic agreed to take us to where David was, which is the next block. David's body is located near the Knik River on about 7.3 Knik River Road, and that's at about 3 o'clock. Well, it's 2:51 p.m. technically. And then this fast forwards to about 5:47 p.m. where I go to Eric Allmendinger's house and contact Barrett, Renfro, and I think Alyssa Bledsoe might have been there as well, but it's not depicted on here. And then take Eric, Rodney, and Myler. Well, Myler and Rodney drove themselves, but I took Eric down to Palmer Post and interviewed him, and that's what we see in the next block. Allmendinger is interviewed at Palmer Trooper Post the evening of December 2nd, 2016. And the next block, Allmendinger is arrested after the interview. Excuse me. Which takes us to December 6th, where we serve the search warrant on Devin Peterson's house at K Lake Road, and we find the handguns in his house while I'm speaking with him. That's at 11:04 a.m. on the 6th of December.
This is more asking you to comment on the obvious, but we didn't put everything, every event on this chart, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as long as it is, we could have gone further in terms of the dates and the investigation and grand jury and such, right?
Sure, we can get as detailed with this as we want to. This tends to capture the majority of the information that we need to portray.
I've moved for the admission of number 243.
So admitted. Okay. He's talked to the clerk about the numbering system? Did he go with A's and B's, or did he?
As far as the defense, I don't know what you're doing for that one.
Okay, we'll just mark him as, does she have some tags for you? She's probably gonna ask about that. Huh? Yeah. Okay, please be seated, everybody. We're now on record. We can begin the cross-examination. Go ahead, sir.
All these names again.
There's some over here on this side, in the box behind the TV.
Can you give me a marker?
Okay, Trooper Wegston, how are you doing?
Doing well.
I'd like to start with this defense exhibit number 1. And the relevance will come clear to you why I wanted you to mark this up a little bit. But if you could point out to this, is that too far from the jury? Should I put it on the other side of you? Yes?
I can stand up and move. You put it wherever they need it, and I'll move to it.
Yeah, put it where the TV was, maybe. They can see that, right? And then he can go ahead and use the mic.
Okay, so we're going to go through these faces one more time. You guys collected a ton of information and evidence, and it really took me, frankly, probably months before I had all the names sorted out and recognized their faces, and I can speak about it. So for the sake of the jury, could you identify that first individual in the red clothing?
Sure. The furthest on the right is Eric Almendinger.
Okay, and we call him 16, but he was 3 weeks shy of 17
When this started?
at the time of David's disappearance.
Yes.
Okay, so about 16, 11 months, something like that.
Well, November 13th, his birthday, I think, is the 23rd of December, so I'm doing the math. It's like
A month, approximately.
About a month prior to being 17.
So much closer to 17 than he is starting out at 16.
Agreed.
All right. The next individual.
Second from the right behind Eric is Austin Barrett.
And Austin Barrett at the time was 19. I forgot his date of birth. I don't know how far along in his 19th year, but 19, right?
Agreed.
And then the third individual.
That is Devin Peterson.
And Devin Peterson's age at that time was?
18, if I remember correctly. I got his DOB in my book. I can look it up if you'd like.
We may do that, but
Okay.
we'll figure 18. And then Bradley Renfro, he was, his birth date is September 28th, so he was 6 weeks shy. I mean, he was...
Just 6 weeks into being 16.
Exactly.
Right.
Much closer, like Eric, much closer to 17. Renfro was much closer to 15. He was
Yes.
15 and 6 weeks into his 16th year.
He was 16 and 6 weeks old.
Yeah. And then in the back, the last one.
Dominic Johnson.
And Dominic Johnson's birthday, I think, was in May, so he was 16, 5 months?
That sounds about right, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall, speaking of Dominic Johnson, when you testified at grand jury, you described him as a big guy, 6'3", 250 to 270 pounds. You recall that?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And although Eric, Bradley has grown up in the last nearly 3 years in height and weight and whatnot. Bradley, would you stand up, please? So I'm about 5'10 and a half, 5'11". We are looking eye to eye, so we're approximately the same height. Now, you interviewed him. You saw him many times and spent hours interviewing him. And would it seem reasonable to you he was more like my shoulder height at that time, grown about 6 inches?
That's a fair estimate.
Okay. So clearly the smallest and the youngest of the group.
Sure.
And we'll get to the relevance. You may sit down now,
Thank you.
please. Okay, I'll lay a foundation for it. Do you I could use Trooper Wexton. Do you recognize the location of this photo?
Looks like it was taken at the media took it during the arraignment early December 2016. I think that's one of the media photos.
Right, and we know it's the early arraignment because we had, I think that was, is that Judge Christensen? I can't see. No. Well, anyways, not Judge Heath.
That's correct.
He didn't have blonde hair back then. So it was in December, shortly after their arrest. And yes, it was taken by the media. You recognize that probably from one of the media photos.
Yes.
And obviously this is a blow-up poster of that photograph taken by the media at their arraignment.
Yes.
So date is, I think it was December 12th. I can't recall for sure, but 2016. This is before a grand jury.
I have no idea.
Or maybe not.
I have no idea.
Anyways, it was in December. Given that, you recognize that, and as blow up the same photo, you can still see it online.
Yes.
All right. So with that, yes, I'd move to enter that into evidence, exhibit number 1 for the defense.
That was there, so no objection, Judge.
It'd be A.
A, sorry.
Can I move it back just a little bit so I can scoot back around so they can
Sure.
see me? I can do it.
Thank you.
Yes. He didn't give you a list, did he?
back to grand jury testimony, when the issue of gangs came up, do you recall testifying that this is the first time you remember ever coming across anybody with a affiliation to any street gang, especially as large as the Crips?
That sounds about right, yeah.
In my 14 years now, I've not seen a single person identify themselves as a Crip in the Valley.
That is correct.
And over that, leading up to that time and since then, you probably see a lot of social media from suspects, young suspects.
Yeah, young suspects.
You.
I see a lot of social media.
Yeah, social media. I mean, yeah, across the board, really.
I see it across the board. It's not narrowed
Right
to
up
any
to
particular age
our
range.
age for Facebook, for example. So I'm going to show you what's identified as Defendant's Exhibit B. So do you recognize the centerpiece in that photo?
Looks like Sarah Palin.
When she was a mayor, that was taken in 2010. Again, another media photo from your media out there. And what does she appear to be doing in that photograph?
Giving a peace sign with 1, 2, 3 other young men in the foreground. Some sort of event. There's some other folks in the background.
So this is a peace sign, right?
That's what I know it to be.
Held up right.
What you're holding up right now,
Okay.
or the number 2.
Are you aware that this sign here is a offshoot of the Crips in LA?
No.
As a gang sign as well?
I did not know that.
So, of course, maybe these kids know, maybe they don't, but Sarah Palin wouldn't have known that, right?
You're asking me what Sarah Palin would know?
She wouldn't know that that's a gang sign. She wouldn't be, I mean, common sense, right?
I didn't know.
Is it
was
reasonable? Okay, so it's reasonable to believe that she wouldn't know either, right?
reasonable.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you recall in your interview with Bradley on November 30th with Trooper Dunford?
November 30th would have been Sergeant Ingram.
Sergeant Ingram, okay. And on the 6th?
Was Investigator Dunford.
Dunford, okay. So on the 6th, do you recall during that interview when you raised the issue of gang affiliation, Bradley chuckled, and you both reacted, oh, you think this is funny, this is a laughing matter? Do you recall that?
I do remember that.
Do you recall, because you've been sitting here for a while, some of the maybe you weren't here, but from previous trials, you recall some of the witnesses, for example, Alyssa Bledsoe, parents who didn't think anything of kids doing selfies, throwing gang signs. That's just what they do these days. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So it's plausible, would it be a reasonable plausibility that that chuckle was because, hey, you know, it's just a big gang, I'm not really affiliated or, you know, with the Crips? Is that a plausible hypothesis?
Yeah, I don't think he was really affiliated with the Crips, so I don't expect that he also thought that he was really affiliated with the Crips.
Okay. I'm just going to cover a little bit from your most recent testimony, and then we're going to go back. And I'd like to enter your exhibit, that's exhibit B.
Sarah Palin, the
Here's the
While
relevance,
this
Your
is
Honor.
interesting, a very old photo. I'm not sure how it's relevant to the issues in this case.
Here's how it's relevant. It occurred to me to chase this photo up in Trooper Wegsden's testimony about Bradley laughing, as if the whole thing was a big joke. When, in fact, all along, including at grand jury, and in pretrial litigation, the state has, and the photos that they've showed, one of the drums they've been beating is that they had their own little affiliation and they were emulating or wanting to be little gangbangers, essentially. Given the testimony of parents and other witnesses and the incident of accusing Bradley of laughing at an inappropriate time, I just want to drive this point home one last time, that throwing gang signs and selfies doesn't make you a gangbanger. And that's been...
Actually, Judge, I'll withdraw my objection. I think it would be good for the jury to compare this photo to the ones they took themselves, so I'll withdraw my objection.
Okay, B shall be admitted.
I'm going to bring you defense exhibit. That was B, so this is C. And you just testified about this morning. Do you recognize it?
This is the Facebook messages between Dominic Johnson and Eric Almendinger on November 13th, 2016.
And so there are 2 pages here, 3 pages, right?
Correct.
And these pages start 11:13 at about 17:45 or 5:45 p.m. Correct?
Yes.
And Eric Almendinger is messaging Dominic Johnson, right?
It's back and forth.
Right, it's back and
Right,
forth.
yes.
And the statement that I want you to look at is the third one down. Actually, it's Dominic Johnson's question, or Eric Almendinger's question, who's coming?
Correct. That's the second message at 5:45 p.m.
And the answer is Brad for now, I think, right?
Dominic replied to that, yep.
At 7:46.
At 5:46. Yep, 17:46.
5:46. And if you go down now to page 2, Dominic Johnson is responding to Eric Almendinger. We're gonna walk, lots, LOL, lots of laughs. And Almendinger responds, I got it, Brad is staying night, yeah. So, Brad, as you know, Bradley was staying at Alyssa's shed on her property.
I know that now, yeah.
So, right. So this, and that's at 1754.
Correct.
So at first, Eric Almendinger is saying, well, Brad's going to be coming over. And a minute or 2 later, Eric Almendinger says, well, he's going to be staying the night where he's at.
Objection, I don't think it says where it's at, where he's at.
Do we have, where's the exact quote?
It's on page, well,
It says just he's spending the night, not where he's at.
so if you want to,
Objection is,
if you want to look at Exhibit 280, I'll give you the context. That's been entered into evidence.
yes. Which state is 280? You might just wanna pull out the whole 280,
Yeah.
I guess is, it's easier to manage at that point, and just put it back. And just so the jury understands, just lay a foundation of what 280 was again, okay?
So, Sergeant Wexton, you have State's Exhibit 280 in front of you?
Yes, sir.
And on page 1, first page, these messages back and forth between Eric Allmendinger and Dominic Johnson. So earlier in the day, actually, might be giving you, as Rodney and so these text messages or messaging on Facebook have been broken up into different exhibits. Rodney, Allmendinger and his son, Dominic Johnson and Allmendinger, et cetera, right?
Yes.
They've been broken out into different, but at one point there was one long series of,
Right. Originally, when they come to us from the source, whether it be social media, text messages off the phone itself, or whatever, they come to us like we would get Rodney Allmendinger's Facebook. It would contain all of the messages from Rodney Allmendinger to whomever. And then all of Eric Allmendinger's, and then all of Bradley Renfro's, all of Alyssa Bledsoe's, etc. And then our analysts are able to weave those together chronologically so that you can see, for instance, in this case, what Dominic Johnson and Eric Allmendinger are saying chronologically, so it's easier for your consumption, because otherwise you're looking at page 13 of one file, and you're looking at page 72 of another, and you're looking at page 6 of the third, and the human brain can only tolerate so much of that. So it's just easier to do it like this, so that you have those conversations and the context in those conversations.
all right, well, this exhibit, State's Exhibit, so let me see if this refreshes your recollection, has a stream of messaging between Dominic Johnson and Eric earlier that afternoon. Do you recall that?
Not,
Even though it's not in this particular exhibit of the State?
I would probably have to look back at it to be refreshed.
Would you, if I suggested that it contains an invitation to come over and party at Allmendinger's house, they've got alcohol and marijuana?
From Eric to who?
To Dominic, to Austin Barrett, I believe.
I'd have to see that. I don't remember that off
Okay.
the top of my head.
So, I can either set this aside and wait to the next break and get the full text for you, or you're willing to work with that for now?
Well, if you want me to answer whether or not I know that those exchanges took place, I'd have to see them. I don't remember that.
All right, then that's what we'll do.
Okay.
So that the context of Bradley's location versus Eric Allmendinger's will be clear. But before I do that, let's go ahead and, well, you have that exhibit in front of you. So 1746, Eric Allmendinger and Dominic Johnson have an understanding that Brad's coming over for this get-together for now. He's the only one for now, I think he says, right?
Brad, for now, I think, is what Dominic tells Eric.
And then at 5:54, so that's 9 minutes later, Eric Almendinger states, I got it, Brad is staying the night.
He says, Eric says to Dominic, I got it, Brad staying night, y'all leaving later today.
Right. And then further down, Eric Almendinger says, or Dominic Johnson says again, Brad's staying the night, and I think me and Austin are leaving. I don't know yet.
Yes,
Eric says, okay, deal.
that's correct.
Eric says, David should be over tonight. We're drinking tonight, or I am anyway, haha. Do I gotta call a taxi, or do I gotta walk? Right?
That's correct.
Now you go to exhibit, the next page, the defense exhibit number 2. So right now, the way it stands is Eric's throwing a party at his place, and he's sending invitations out, and they're back and forth, well, who's coming? And Dominic and Austin are leaving from wherever they're at, which you know from prior testimony was at the shack at Alyssa Bledsoe's house.
I suppose one could infer that from these texts, sure.
I mean, you've introduced evidence of that. You ended your testimony regarding that video.
What I'm hung up on is the party. I don't know that I would call this a party, but maybe that's just my...
What, isn't that a theme in this case? These kids get together and party? And he's saying...
Well, but you use the word party, and I'm not seeing it anywhere in here, and that's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So what do you read from that then? What do you get out of that?
That Eric is going to be drinking. David, and the David that he's referring to here, I'm inferring this David Evans, we're drinking tonight, or I am anyway. And then I don't know what he means by do I got to call a taxi or do I got to walk. I don't know. I have no idea what that means.
The fact that there's going to be a party at Almendinger's house. And we might presume it's David Evans. We don't know if it's, we know that David Grunwald was making that plan too. Could have been either David, right?
Could have been.
And I think you've conceded, based on the evidence you've already put into the record, that they were together earlier that afternoon in the shed on Alyssa Bledsoe's property.
Yes.
Was Bradley's girlfriend at the time.
I agree.
All right. So twice there's a statement that, in a confirmation that Brad's staying the night. All right?
Yes.
And so Dominic says, well, Austin and I are going to start walking. Then you read that, I don't know where I'm at. He's never walked it before. Brad says it's not far.
Correct. He says, Dominic says that to Eric at 5:57 p.m.
So, if there was a plan in advance to have this party, and then David Evans invites David Grunwald to come back and party with them, sounds like Bradley had intended to stay put at his girlfriend's place.
I object. That's the way Mr. Provost is reading Bradley spending the night. It calls for speculation on the part of Sergeant Rosen whether Dominic Johnson is saying that Bradley is spending the night at Almendiger's or someplace else. It
I'm
respond?
framing, well, two things. I believe we're going to be able to corroborate this, but nonetheless, let me rephrase the question. Knowing what you know, knowing that Bradley had been staying there, that was his shack for at least a week. Is it a plausible hypothesis to you that when Eric, where you have no evidence that Bradley had ever spent the night at the Allmendingers, in fact, he stated to you maybe 5 times he's ever been there, is it plausible hypothesis, reading between the lines, that he's in his shack and not wanting to come over at that time?
What's the objection? Plausible hypothesis.
You know, this case is,
I'm gonna let him ask, because he gave, his opinions on various different interpretations of the statements and so forth. So I'll let him ask this as an hypothesis. Go ahead.
That's reasonable.
okay. All right, I'm going to now hand you 2 exhibits, Defense Exhibit D and E.
I'll just make sure we get all those back into the binder.
So that first exhibit I just handed to you, can you describe what it is?
I've got 2 here, one labeled D, one labeled E. The D is,
You
Looks like
just
it's two
testified to
pages.
it. It's a state it's a page out of State Exhibit 275. This is the Facebook business record, and it breaks down. Do you want to see State's Exhibit 275?
yes, I would. I don't have 275. I have a copy out of my report, and then I've got some, looks like AT&T records. Oh, okay. So that's a Facebook record.
But it's in Greenwich Mean Time, right? So 9 hours.
Yeah, it's
we're 9 hours
UTC.
ahead, right? Okay, so that's the document that this page comes from. From your slideshow.
We can do a slideshow on that.
I think they
If you
just
wanna match it,
introduced the
yeah.
entire
Yeah.
document, is what they did.
I
It is on
apologize.
the slideshow.
We did
Um,
a slideshow of that particular exhibit. I was just
Fine.
So I'm sorry, you're just looking at the highlighted ones here?
Yep, just
Okay.
those 2 calls.
So 982-4579 at 11:25 p.m. UTC -9.
-9, right?
So where's that at?
I should pull mine over.
For
I
just
got it on mine. It's
yeah.
2nd or 3rd page.
So I think what the discrepancy is here is based on
Hey,
what.
why don't you go back and, so we can kind of lay a foundation on what you're talking about, because I'm a little lost. So. Describe what FB Johnson and EA is, 275, and then go from there, okay?
All right, so Exhibit 275, you recognize the Facebook business record, right?
That's if 275 is the one you just had in front of me that you have with you now, that is a Facebook business record.
Right. And what does it show?
It shows the data that we collect from Facebook when we write a search warrant for a window of time between like text messages, friend list, any postings. It shows all the data from that person's Facebook account, and it's formatted in a particular fashion, how Facebook formats it.
And it's in Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah, the
Internet.
UTC, GMT is the same basic use.
And by the way, this evidence testimony came in through one of your colleagues from the crime lab before you were able to get back.
And probably technical crimes unit, but
All right. You see, in the defense exhibit, highlighted, contact from this Facebook record.
See, that's where my problem is that I don't, you're talking about Defense Exhibit D, Delta,
Yeah.
and this appears to be a phone book, like a forensic analysis of somebody's device, because it's got G, Alyssa, it's got these names in it with like G asterisk. Those are indicative of coming from a phone book, not from Facebook. So that's why I'm confused, because I don't think this came from Facebook. No. I'm not saying I didn't see it. I'm saying it didn't come from Facebook. I've seen these. They came from a phone book, a forensic analysis of somebody's phone, and then since there's nothing written on here, I'm guessing that it came from Dominic Johnson's phone because it has G written on it. But I just wanted to clarify that that's what you're talking about, not Facebook. I don't. Okay.
This is State's Exhibit 280.
Yes, forensic examination of Dominic Johnson's iPhone, not Facebook.
Sorry, my bad.
That's okay.
This
I
is-
agree.
Recognize it now?
I 100% agree. It came from Dominic Johnson's iPhone, the forensic analysis of the iPhone, not Facebook.
Excuse me for my confusion.
It's okay. We got it sorted out.
What, there's a phone number that was called from Dominic Johnson's phone. What's the date and time and to what number?
The highlighted one on page 1 of Defense Exhibit D is 982, well, area code 907, 982-4579, November 13th, 2016, at 11:25 p.m., which is UTC -9, so that's already calculated for Alaska time.
You're seeing 11,
I got 11:29 p.m. on the 13th. That's the first one. That's 982-4579.
and on November 13th at that time. And based on your timeline, that was in the range of the same time that the Bronco was at the gas station, where Bradley Renfro is seen walking into the store buying gas.
So about a half an hour after that, but yeah.
And you see Dominic Johnson in one of those photos standing over him at the pump on his phone.
Standing, yeah.
Okay.
Standing over him, but standing with
All
him.
right, so now we have gas pickup time associated with this phone number, right?
No, it's a half an hour difference.
Okay, so
Or like,
hour before or after?
say again?
Half hour before or after?
This phone call is at 11:25 p.m. The fuel was purchased at 10:55 p.m., so it's almost 30 minutes to the minute
Okay, so
after he purchased the gas.
after he purchased the gas?
Yes.
All right. So now I would imagine those are the only two phone numbers in all of those records. I mean, those are the only two telephone calls made in all of those records.
No,
Do you
there's
see?
lots of phone calls made in these records. In these 2
Oh, you
pages?
mean in the total exhibit?
Right.
I mean in that time frame on that.
Oh, okay. So let's see here. No, we got a call to Alyssa at 11:32 p.m., so that's 7 minutes after this phone call. Before that, we got a call to Devin Peterson at 10:55. We have already established that that's Dominic calling Devin while he's standing at the pumps and we see him. And these two phone calls that you've got highlighted are sandwiched in between those two.
Okay. And, but you don't know who that party is?
He does not have a name associated with it in the phone book, so it's just showing up as a number.
So you would be interested in following up on unknown recipients of these calls at that time, and I'm sure you followed up on it.
I think Investigator Decor followed up on that.
Okay, so have a look at Exhibit E.
E? Yes.
what is that document that was produced in discovery, right? It's got a page number on it, early in your distribution of police reports?
Yeah, Exhibit E is, it looks like a couple of pages out of our report writing program. We call it ARMS, Alaska Report Management System. And it's what we call 201 info or personal info like name, driver's license number, date of birth, what their gender is, their address, and their phone number.
Okay, so, and does that person, Pamela Grundahl or Grundon or
Grundon.
have the phone number that we were looking at on that spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay, so you did follow up on it?
I didn't personally. I believe Investigator DeCour did.
Right, one of your team. You're the
Right.
case manager, you review all their work. What was the results of their attempts to identify this person?
I don't think that we were able to, I can't remember there being an interview with Pamela Grundon reference this case, and I, just going off memory, can't tell you why, but I could probably find it in the report. I'm looking at the duration of the call, 3 seconds and 5 seconds. So the importance of this isn't, while important, no argument, this isn't a 7-minute phone call like it was to Devin right before this.
Well, it was important enough to identify her, get
Sure.
personal information, get her address, so even if the call wasn't answered.
We want to figure out who she is.
Right.
No argument.
Okay. And you say you would have to refer to your police report if they went to the address and actually made contact?
Yeah, I don't remember this being a significant detail, so I'd have to go back and see what they wrote just to refresh my recollection.
And these persons listed wouldn't be in that list unless you had followed up and contacted them, right?
In the Exhibit E,
No,
in
your police report.
well, this
Yeah,
comes from my
exhibit-
police
I'm
report.
sorry,
Yeah, Exhibit E comes from our report. This is a page from my report.
How hard would it be to access that?
What do you
right
mean? Right, I got it right here, I think.
now? Oh, would you mind taking a moment, see if you can,
Yeah,
please?
give me a second.
And while he's doing it, for matter of clarity, exhibit number D is from State's Exhibit 283, but which page is it? Do you know offhand? Just so you'll know how to identify it, okay?
You're not numbered by page, Your Honor.
Yeah, they numbered by date, or does it have a date on it or something, so you can identify it then?
Sure, well, it's highlighted in yellow, but it's, it does have an identifying number on the document itself, and that would be of calls made, I guess. So an outgoing call is number 226 to that number. And that number is 907-982-4579. And a second consecutive call to that number about 20 seconds later. That's number 227 in the list, outgoing to the same number.
Okay. That'll be D.
And the name of the person affiliated with that unknown phone number at the time
hold on, this is where we get to the point where.
Is Pamela Grundon, Grundon.
Judge, there is some protocol here as far as submission of exhibits, not just the attorney reading his exhibits now.
All I'm asking for is,
Sitting here, but, number one, I should be, I know which one he's talking about.
he needs to show it to you, but I,
It needs to be admitted before the content can be talked about.
well, it's already admitted as evidence. It's-
No,
That whole,
Well, I'm laying a foundation, then I was gonna admit it when I'm done with this particular exhibit.
I'm talking about, Mr. Provost should be clear as to whether he's using these as demonstrative or whether he's admitting them for that if they remain on the table as exhibits. So far, he's delving into the content of it, but they haven't been admitted. So for example, one from the police report, I think I remember which page of the binder that is, but he has to move for its submission for the content to be admitted to the jury.
We're trying to get to the content. Your Honor, I'm laying a foundation like you do with any exhibit, and then after,
all I'm
just like
asking
all the
for-
exhibits the state has entered into evidence in this trial.
All right, I'm working with them on this, Judge, but if we're now going to disclose to the jury the content of the exhibit, there should be a motion to admit, and I should have the opportunity to ask a question about the foundation or not object. You know, I might not object, especially if it's in a police report, unless it's hearsay according to the evidence.
but, okay, but this one came from admitted document number 283.
No, I think what we're talking about the one associating the phone number to the main.
Oh, that's not the one I was asking for. All I was asking for was D.
Yeah.
And D was the list of the phone numbers that had already been admitted by you, and he's just pulling it out to highlight this one
Right,
page.
And
And
he
he's,
hasn't moved for the admission of that.
That's
So
fine.
obviously, I'm not, if he wants to admit his exhibits that show pages of our exhibits, clearly I won't have an objection to that,
And
because
that-
I thought it was appropriate to admit those things. But if we're delving into new pieces of paper,
you gotta make it clear on the new piece
All
of
right.
paper.
The
I was
new
just, I was
piece of-
just asking you on D, the one that came from their exhibit. So I
I-
take it there's no objection to that
no,
coming
if
in.
the motion is being made to admit it, clearly I wouldn't have an objection, because it's
Okay.
already contained.
Move to enter D into evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, so admitted. So that's from 283, and its phone numbers 227, 226.
Now, with E, I'm just laying a foundation.
Okay,
It's
wait,
one.
wait till he's ready, so let's,
Well, just so we're clear, so Mr. Kalchek understands. Persons listed come with all police reports. I was able to associate that phone number with one of the persons named in the police report.
I get that, but number one, if it's a defense exhibit, I should see it first, for one. That should be like the first thing. And because I have to see, is there anything else in here, in addition to what Mr. Provost has already disclosed of his exhibit, that may be hearsay under the rules, that may be not relevant or not admissible. So I should see the entire document, to see whether there's any objectionable material.
that's fair enough. You can show him the document, that's fair.
No, I made him copies, I just didn't hand it to him in
Okay,
time.
that's fair enough.
So I think, Judge, if Sergeant Wexon lays a little bit more foundation as to when they list the persons associated with this case in the early parts of the report, which this is, if he can just clarify where they get the name, what the other numbers in here mean, how they get the date of birth, is it through DMV, is it through the trooper database, how they get the address and how they get the phone. If you can explain that, I likely won't have any objection to Exhibit E.
Okay, why don't you go, give him back a copy and let him answer those
You
questions.
still have a copy?
I do, and
Okay, go right ahead.
I can answer
Well,
those pretty easily.
I don't think we want to put on television this person's identification other than her name. We redact these reports all the time before we send them to our
That's fine.
clients.
That's
Yeah, and I don't need to talk about the identifying information, but I can tell you where we get it.
Yeah.
If that's what the question is.
And when you got it is probably relevant.
Okay, when we got this, I can't tell from the paper version. I have to be in my electronic I have to actually be in ARMS in order to do
Sure.
that. I right-click, I click audit, it tells me who put it in and when they put it
Where'd the
in.
number come from, the phone number?
So, I can't tell you that
It's
with
in
the paper.
exhibit, it's in the evidence that's already in the record. It's from Dominic Johnson's.
But, okay, but
Cell phone
you're
records.
connecting dots that aren't necessarily accurate. Just, if you let me explain, I'll tell you.
Sure.
Now, we know for sure, Dominic Johnson's iPhone, the data on it is what it is, okay? So we know that that number is called. It doesn't have an association in the phone book. That's why it doesn't have a name with it. Now, talking
In Dominic Johnson's phone book.
correct,
Right.
which that's where that comes from. That's where D comes from. Now, E is from our ARMS our records management program, our report writing program. Now, E, any number of Alaska State Troopers, public safety dispatchers, or municipal law enforcement that has access to ARMS can put data into ARMS. So things like addresses and phone numbers change frequently amongst the population. Driver's license numbers, dates of birth, those sorts of things don't. So parts of ARMS, like driver's license numbers, dates of birth, gender, those are populated from APSN into ARMS. We don't have control over that. I don't get to put in your driver's license number into ARMS. APSN does that. The two programs talk together. APSN is it's a public safety program. However, I think the DMV also uses it. I don't know the history of APSN. I can tell you that we use it, so does the DMV, etc. Nonetheless, the phone numbers and addresses are put in by us. Those are, and we can create, change, modify any number of those aspects of it. So if the question is whether or not I put it in or Investigator DeCore put it in, or if it was already there and we stumbled upon this because somebody pulled Pamela over and gave her a traffic ticket and asked her what her phone number was 2 years earlier, it could very well be in from that.
Okay.
I don't know. I would have to go into the actual electronic system to be able to tell who put it in and what date.
Well, let me ask you this. Why does it matter? What matters here, would you agree, is around the time they're at the gas station, phone calls are made to that number. And you were interested in that enough to find out who else they were communicating with, right?
Yeah,
That's the point.
okay, yeah.
You see the nexus of the time and location?
I don't disagree, and that's why on November 30th of 2016, Investigator DeCore wrote a search warrant for that phone number. I don't know here in this report yet, because I haven't found it, what the results of that were. But we were absolutely interested in it. I have no argument in the fact that we were looking at that phone number. My only response to the question so far is that it doesn't appear that it ever resulted in anything important. It was a 3-second phone call that looks like
All right, how
voicemail,
about this?
and a 5-second phone
Search
call.
warrant was issued, right?
A search warrant. So Investigator DeCore wrote a search warrant for 9824579. That's the number in question. The search warrant was approved, issued search warrant 3AN 16-3155 SW for communication between 1700 hours on 11/13 and 1700 hours on 11/14. It was then faxed at 2 p.m. to AT&T. And there was another number that was associated with that search warrant. It's not relevant to this line of questioning, so I'll go over that. I'm just reading through that section so I can familiarize myself with it. That ends that section of Investigator DeCore supplement relevant to this phone number. It says, I don't know if it's appropriate to read his lines directly out of his report, but I can tell you what it says.
What I'm interested in is, did anybody on your team manage to speak to this person?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, then,
And I'm sorry.
so, not to your knowledge, are you saying,
So her name, one of the things we can change in here is classification. So in this, so that everybody's on the same page here, Pamela Grundon's located right here. classification says mentioned in report. Just below that, we have Benjamin Grunwald. His classification, complainant, interview, parent. I would expect to see that if Pamela was interviewed, she would be classified as interview, not mentioned in report, like it says here. So that backs up my memory that we didn't get a hold of Pamela, and she's just mentioned.
So you don't know if they actually went to the address that's listed for her to knock on the door to see if she was home?
I don't know that.
Do you know if this search warrant and any return on it was circulated to the DA's office to circulate to the defense?
All the search warrants were discovered.
All right, so we will, now we're going to hold this exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
One more.
What time did we start?
So with this, what we've established is that the important fact, do you think, would you agree, is that this phone call, these two phone calls were made around the time, within 30 minutes either way, of them being at the Holiday gas station?
But they connect for 3 seconds. That's indicative of nothing that important to me. If you're asking me if I put a lot of weight into a 3-second phone call, about 1% more than a 0-second phone call.
Well, it meant enough that you would go through the process of getting a search warrant, going to a judge to get a search warrant so that you could identify this person and follow up,
Sure,
right?
absolutely, because I'm concerned about the content of the call, but because I'm maybe concerned about their association.
Their association, right?
Potentially, yeah.
You know, why are they calling this person at this time?
No argument.
All right.
But my cost-benefit calculator is still going on November 30th. I still haven't found David, and I've only got so many resources, and tracking down a 3-second phone call isn't one of my priorities.
I understand that, but somebody went through quite a bit of work to follow up already. Anyways, we will, before this is over, we'll get back to it.
Agreed.
Now we're just going to hold on. So what I'm going to do, just to kind of give you a roadmap, is essentially go through the 3 interviews with Bradley Renfro. And I just want to, since I haven't been able to ask you questions before now, establish a couple of kind of broader conclusions from all of the evidence and testimony we've heard so far in this trial. Okay? So, up front right now, you interviewed a lot of people and you interviewed these suspects at the time repeatedly, right?
Depending on the player, yes.
Do you want me to go down your timeline of,
No, I can tell you what they were.
okay, because you've just done that in the last couple of days.
Yeah.
None of the suspects,
Long object, hearsay, and that's the reason we separated.
I haven't even asked my question, Your Honor.
I know, but the suggestion is there, none of the suspects said, ... I can put those dots together, Judge, so.
Come.
Part of the reason for the timely objection is when an attorney.
Let me rephrase it then.
anticipates-
I'll rephrase it.
All right.
I'm happy to come up, too.
No, I'm listening, the question can be rephrased.
All right. Want to rephrase it? or-
Sure. During the course of your investigation and the team you supervised, did you receive any report from anybody that Bradley Renfro pistol whipped or killed David Grunwald?
Objection, same question. The only people who would know that are the 4 people charged with kidnapping, murder, and assault.
Come forward. Let's take a break from the jury. I'm gonna give them their afternoon break for 10 minutes, and we'll stay on record.
We can do this part.
Yeah, we can do it. Sure, that's fine. Okay, go ahead and rephrase your question, or phrase it how you want to ask it, so I'll have a clear record of that, okay?
In the course of your investigation, did you receive any information from any source that Bradley Renfro was the person who beat up, pistol whipped, or killed David Grunwald?
And that was my, at that point, my objection was objection hearsay. I'd like to make a more full basis for my.
Go right ahead, go right ahead.
I will say, the state already opened the door. I mean, we could have objected, but this information that brought in
I'll
about.
let you respond to
Yeah,
it,
I
okay?
mean, the way I read the case law, and this was an anticipated issue, not only we briefed, but actually in one of the other cases.
Mhm.
Which statements of co-defendants could come in. The way I read the case law is that the Court of Appeals, the appellate courts have distinguished between inculpatory statements, exculpatory statements, and especially false exculpatory statements. So the case law, I believe, is pretty clear that, for example, the statements that Eric Alman made, which were lies about him being in Anchorage, those statements do not come close anymore to the Bruton issue because they're just lies about himself, putting him false exculpatory statements. So the case law is pretty clear. Those can come in a co-defendant trial. The next issue is, can statements which inculpate a person but bring other people into it? I believe that's a finer line, and I believe the court in previous trials, I believe the legal agreement was that those come close to issues that would be brought up on appeal, which might get closer to Bruton. So here, I think what Mr. Provost is trying to get Sergeant Wings to talk about the substance of the other interviews. Now, in some ways, the answer could be, and I don't know what the answer is going to be, in some ways, the answer could be yes. Eric Almenager put Renfro at the camper, in the Bronco,
Well, and to begin with, that would have been my main objection, is it's way too broad a statement. The question really rests was, did anybody ever say he handled the gun in the trailer? That's one question, because that seems to be fairly consistent throughout that he didn't. I mean, I've never heard any testimony that he actually.
But I think we're walking a fine line here. So far, the only statements we've brought in by the co-defendant so far. Now, if you want to blow this thing wide open, I think we should talk about it.
Well, but you did ask this officer about Eric Allmendinger's interview, and you asked him if he ever mentioned that he saw David Grunwald on the 13th. That was a question you asked.
Well, those are the three false exculpatory interviews. So I never delved into the substance
Of his final interview.
Right, so far, all the jury's heard, as far as any co-defendant statements, Barrett, nothing. Johnson, nothing. Except for the.
Not statements, just text messages.
Right.
And Allmendinger,
Allmendinger just his three false exculpatory statements about being in.
and the hearsay about going to Anchorage and so forth, and the stuff from his tablets.
Not to create a color wrinkles, we have intentionally stayed away from this.
Well, I think this is the answer. I think that's a fair way to present this. Instead of asking what their statements is, in any of the text messages or any of the information that has come forward in this case, was there any specific mention of him handling the gun or whatever other question you want to ask? I mean,
Well, I don't
I'm a little worried, I'll tell you, Mr. Provost, about getting into their actual interview, like with Austin Barrett's, or Renfro's I guess it would be his fourth interview. The one at the police station, that was 3 hours. I mean, I don't want to necessarily get into that because there is a lot of commentary about your client, you know, in different nuances, so.
Judge, I think if Mr. Provost elicits the information that Austin Barrett never named Bradley Renfro as the shooter, we need to play that whole interview, because the jury can't analyze the credibility of that statement without playing the whole interview. Likewise, if Mr. Provost elicits information from Sergeant Wegson that Eric Almendinger never said Renfro was the shooter, for example, we gotta play that whole interview, because there's no way to evaluate the credibility of that statement. But the whole purpose why we're in Fairbanks, you know, we could have done him together with Almendinger and Johnson. You know, if they wanted to get those statements in, we should have known that before we spent thousands of dollars traveling to Fairbanks and doing a trial in Fairbanks.
Well, that wasn't the reason necessarily for Fairbanks, but that's the reason for severance.
I think
That was the reason for
this
severance.
case is full of, to date, of references as to what co-defendants said. In fact, multiple layers of hearsay.
Right, but
No,
that's,
no, no,
but
no,
that's
I
set.
disagree.
No.
It's not full of it, Judge, it's what the case law allows.
Okay, but here's where it came in, okay? Almost all of this information came in under Rule 8033, and mostly came in as statements made, present state of mind or emotion. They weren't the product of the interviews, okay? They were a product of the statements made either Facebook Messenger or by text. That's the two primary ways they've come in. Now, if he wants to ask a question on that evidence, I'm fine.
Yeah.
But I can't see you going
Here's
into
the
the
thing, Your Honor.
interviews, because the interviews are a whole different ballgame.
I started out saying you interviewed a lot of people, and I'm not just
Right.
talking about co-defendants. I never named a person.
Okay, that's fine, that's why he's objecting to figure out what you're gonna
Same
ask, that's why.
objection is hearsay, like, I agree with the court. Sergeant Wegson, did any of the texts, or message communications, say, that Bradley Renfro had a gun? I agree that's a fair question, because we always have felt that any of the communications amongst the group during this time period is fair game. If he found something that's exculpatory, great, I'm not gonna have an objection to that. But this question, like, of all the people you interviewed, did you get any information, that is hearsay, because he is asking Sergeant Wegson.
But he's asking about interviews. Now, if he shapes the question, did you ever find any evidence that Bradley Renfro owned any guns? I think that's a fair question, because that's, I mean,
You know, Your Honor,
that goes beyond the interviews, that's not a specific interview.
That doesn't, I mean, that doesn't carry any weight. You can get a gun anywhere, you don't have to.
Right,
The thing is, you know, I'm trying to keep this broad. You know, if I was able to finish the question,
Okay,
I can keep it generic, evidence, all right, any evidence, and it could be DNA, fingerprints, ballistics,
That's fine.
I object, that's a vague question. He needs.
any
Well,
evidence.
but he can list any evidence presented in this case or something like
Well,
that.
then any evidence opens the door, yes.
No,
The
not-
co-defendants put him at each of the
Not
scenarios.
presented in this case, Mr.
It's not my
Kalajek,
question.
because those interviews have not been presented to this jury.
No, but if
He has already acknowledged in opening he was there. He was there when it happened throughout. So this is not opening the door to anything he hasn't
It
already.
is,
I
because,
don't-
Judge, the question is, do you have any evidence, that Bradley Renfro was involved in murder? Yes, we have the statements of all the co-defendants.
That's not what I
in the
asked.
scenario.
Okay.
Well, that's what I'm saying, it needs to be a specific.
You
question
need to be
as
specific.
text.
Okay, here's gonna be my ruling. You need to be specific, but you cannot refer to the interviews of the co-defendants. You
Or
can't
anybody
try to get stuff out of it that's positive when there's a bunch of negative in there. It doesn't work that way. We can't open that door to those interviews, okay?
Or any other interviews, Judge, because they could have called those people instead of.
Well, they still can call those people. I mean, they haven't
Well,
put
I
on their
can
skates.
reference their testimony.
Huh?
I can reference their testimony.
And who are we talking about?
Yeah, who are we
Just,
talking about?
just, the jury's not here. Who, you
Well,
know.
for example, a combination of our stipulations to the scientific evidence and all of the state's witnesses the first couple of weeks, they testified on direct, we crossed. I can refer to that record.
You can't.
I've made this same
that's- again, that's
record
not the
with
same.
all the other witnesses over and over again.
Well, there is a little problem here, in that Sergeant Wegson wasn't here for something. So he can't say, I agree, Brittany Johnson said this, or I agree that that won't work because he wasn't sitting here, so he can't answer any of those questions about commenting on testimony. Now, certainly he can answer specific questions about communications, text messages or phone calls or whatnot that were discovered in investigation. I don't have any problem with that. But as to interviews with witnesses, that's straight up hearsay.
That is, unless.
Trooper Wegson is the case manager. He has reviewed all the reports. He would know if the DNA report, the cell phone reports.
Well, you can ask him specifically
Yeah,
on
that's
that.
not my issue.
I don't think that is the issue, so.
My issue is, you can't just say, out of all the people you interviewed, was there any evidence? That is vague. It calls for
Right.
hearsay.
So, well, here's what I'm gonna allow you to do. I'm gonna allow you to break it down into those individual components. You can break it down to DNA. You can break it down to fingerprints. You can break it down to statements that have already come into the record, okay? Which are all of the text messages. I mean, there's been a lot of text messages, a lot of Facebook messaging from not just among the co-defendants, but by other people too, that have come in on the record.
I think the message is discovered, but, Mr. Provost is gonna have to figure out, like, if he already admitted that he's at the three scenes, belaboring the issue, did you discover his fingerprint on a tree at Connect River Road? He could do that, but that wouldn't be a very good use of time, but I don't have any problem with, questions about, was Bradley's DNA found on the Springfield? Did you see any messages from Bradley about the gun? I don't have any problem with that. What I do have a big problem with any opinions based upon interviews with witnesses. His opinions about that, because the defense can call witnesses, we could cross-examine our witnesses.
Okay, but there is something that we do need to discuss, and that was your questioning of the officer about the deals that were made with the other defendants. Because you did discuss that. I don't know what questions he wants to ask about that testimony, but there was information that came in that, you interviewed this person, and you got this information, and you gave him this deal, and you gave him that deal, and so forth. You explained how the whole process works.
Yep.
If he wants to get into that, he's free to get in that, because that's what he testified about.
Well, I think we know the answer is that we didn't get deals because we didn't find anyone to be credible. So, we know.
If he wants to expand on that, he's free to expand on that, because I think that door is open. I have no problem with that, because that's a specific line of questioning as to, why Dominic Johnson got the mitigator and why they revoked the potential deal with this defendant and so forth.
As long as, Mr. Provost knows that I'm redirect, I can ask the question, is it possible that Bradley Renfro was the shooter? And everybody who's listened to this trial would say it's possible because they all lied about it. So I think that's where we're at, but my main objection was getting into those substantive statements.
Yeah, you can't ask, in the interview with Eric Almendinger, did he ever identify Bradley Renfro as the shooter? I'm not gonna allow
And I haven't.
that, okay?
I haven't.
I know, but I think it was a preemptive objection, and we did need to discuss it, because I don't want this stuff to start piling out and opening doors and us getting into. You need to stay away from anything that opens the door to any of the interviews with the co-defendants. Those are off. They're not gonna be done, because they're not here, they're not testifying, and it cuts both ways. You can't get something positive out of it and not open the door for the state to go into the negative, okay? So that's my ruling on that issue. As far as his own investigation, everything he went to, the evidence he's gathered, that's all open. That is all open, because he's pretty much discussed everything that's happened in this case with the case manager. When they got this, where they got that, this interview happened here, that interview happened here. Now, you probably can't ask him about what they said in court if he wasn't here. But if it contradicts what he found, there's probably a way to get into that, because he interviewed at one point.
I don't even care, like, if Mr. Provost wants to say, and you've seen Mr. Lecox's report, he didn't find any usable fingerprints. I don't even mind him asking those kind of questions. I'm just trying to stay away from the pure hearsay of asking his opinions about what other people said, or inferences from those interviews.
Well, he already gave his opinion that they were all lying. He did give that opinion. He said none of them were credible.
Well, we already have that in evidence, Judge. We have Renfro's lies times 3, we have Johnson's lies times 1, Helmenegger's lies
But
times
it's
three.
just, yeah.
But those lies didn't implicate any of the defendants, so we have.
And that's
stayed away
fine,
from
but
that.
I'm just saying, that is open for cross-examination too, okay? So you think we okay with this?
Yeah.
All right, let's bring him back in. Does your client need one more break? We got an hour left, so. This would be the last break of the day, so. Okay, let's just do that real quick. Okay, let's call in the jury and keep going. We're probably not gonna finish with you today.
I'll be here next
Monday,
week too.
right?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. You don't need to be released, so we're okay then. And it actually might be better to finish it and have all the redirect in one day.
Start getting my mail up here.
Okay, please be seated, everybody. Let us continue.
On record.
Okay. Trooper Waits. Let's talk about the evidence already in the record, introduced by your colleagues. Today you testified about social media. We've had testimony, some of the same exhibits that needed you to get into the evidence as well. Two things. One is you acknowledge there were literally thousands of documents that came, and those documents had dozens of specific bits of data, like one of these pages, right? This page here has over 30 per page individual.
Correct. Yes.
And you sifted it down, or your team did, to what seemed to be relevant to the case. And you testified this morning that you also, just to make sure, you never know where those golden nuggets are, you went through the rest of it too.
That's customary.
I haven't done an exact count, but I have, just from the exhibits that have been introduced and referenced, approximately 1,880 individual bits of data, messages sent amongst these parties that we've talked about, right?
Oh, I didn't.
Does that
count
sound
up.
reasonable?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. And out of that more than 1,800 communications during that period of time, the day before, like November 12th up to November 30th is what I'm referring to. Would you dispute that there's probably less than 20 references to communications by Bradley Renfro?
Maybe you could narrow it down for me by communications. Do you mean that any communication, text message, phone calls?
And I can be more specific.
Yeah, I don't have a number. I mean, if you're asking me whether or not I think Alyssa Bledsoe testified that he had access to her phone, and we see a lot of contacts between Alyssa and Dominic. I mean, I don't know. that whether or not that's Bradley or her, so I don't know.
So, but from his social media, okay? Because that's what we do know.
Okay.
Does that sound about right? I mean, specifically with Dominic Johnson, 9 on 11/29, all of them deleted. So 2 weeks after all of this went down. None before or the day David disappeared and was murdered. And on 11/12, between 11 and 12, it's actually the day after the 11:30 at the second interview, the interview at the Wasilla Police Department. I believe there were 4 messages, and that's that phone that was supplied to him between his mother and the troopers, so you could communicate with him for the glass warrant.
Right.
So with respect to cell phones, that's how you broke this case so quickly originally, was through social media and getting the search warrants for these phones, cell phone towers, locating, their whereabouts, same time that David went missing, matching them up with other evidence you were gathering at the time. Any of that evidence regarding electronics, all combined, implicate that Bradley Renfro intended or planned for that sequence of events of that night to beat up David Grunwald and take him out to a remote place and execute him and then torch his Bronco.
You're asking specifically about the electronic communication, not his interviews?
Not his interviews, just the...
Sure, I'll concede that nothing in text messages said any of those things you just described. But he didn't have a phone either, so there's that.
And so, boy, these objections, I'm just going to go down the list. Ballistics, any evidence at all that Bradley Renfro handled those guns that day, that night?
He admitted to it in his interview. I don't know about when, but he admitted to handling the XD in the interview.
Well, he did. He said it was before Halloween.
Sure, he said a lot of stuff.
Right. We're gonna, that's where we're going. We're gonna be talking about these lies and...
Okay. If you're talking specifically about a lab report that says Bradley Renfro shot David Grunwald, no such report exists.
Right. So, lots of DNA collected, blood. We can keep going down the list. Any of that physical evidence from your investigation implicate Bradley Renfro planning or engaging in an assault or engaging in murder David Grunwald. Granted, we concede he burned the Bronco.
Again, if you're talking about lab reports that can tell me that he was the one that handled the gun, that pistol whipped David, I don't have a lab report that will support that. I don't have a lab report that is a counter to that either. There's the only people that know what happened that night are here. One of them's before us. I don't. I can only tell you what I know from interviews and what I know from physical evidence.
All right. So now, if all this trial has been about all this evidence to prove that David Grunwald was murdered, none of it is relevant to Bradley Renfro except for these interviews. And I agree. I mean, that's what it boils down to.
I suppose if you looked at it through a microscope and looked at one individual incident, or a piece of this, one piece at a time, and you failed to look at it from a global perspective, sure, you could say this one piece doesn't show them, and neither does this one piece, and neither does this one piece. But when you take all of those and you kind of zoom out a little bit, you start to get a little bit better picture. That's what I'm going off of. I'm going off of video from the holiday. I'm going off of interviews. I'm going off of all of the evidence that I have at my disposal, not just one particular aspect of it. So to answer your question, if it's still whether or not I have a lab report that...
No. Okay. You're the one that said it comes down to these interviews. And it does, because there isn't anything
a piece
else.
of it. Yeah, it is a piece of it, yes.
It's a piece of
I will concede a large component of this is what's said to us by him. Absolutely. No argument.
All right.
But that's not the only piece.
And he did tell you that he was there. He was in the trailer when David was pistol whipped.
Yeah, and helped escort him to the Bronco.
Right.
And then
Well,
sat with
let's
him in the
talk
back
about
seat.
help.
Okay.
So, you know what confirmation bias is, right?
Say again?
Confirmation bias? You've heard that before.
I've heard it before, and if you were asking me to define it, I can't.
Okay. Well, isn't it true that at grand jury, you told the grand jury Eric Almendinger shot David Grunwald?
If that's what the transcript reads, then there's
And that's because you had a lot of evidence, a lot of early evidence with Eric Almendinger.
He was first in line.
It was his house. David's own phone call to his parents put him there. His girlfriend put him there. And everything pointed to Eric at the time.
And now we're 3 years later, and so I agree that that was said at grand jury.
Now, so you know a lot about the other individuals from their social media, from the other physical evidence, whether it be statements made, whether it be chain of custody of the weapons, whether it be the associations, but essentially through social media. You made a broad statement that, given everything, you know that, which he admits, he was present, right?
Yes.
But in all honesty, Trooper, right? This is the question, in all honesty. Do you believe that Bradley Renfro pistol whipped David Grunwald?
Well, number one, I want to object, that calls for speculation. How is he going to, you just testified that none of the signs shows that, so, we're going to get into him talking about the credibility of all the defendants.
Oh, I don't think so. I think he can shape it based upon his interview and the physical evidence that's been introduced in this case.
Can you give an opinion as to who pistol whipped David Grunwald?
Well, hold on, Mr. Kalachek. I think he's given a lot of opinions about the interview, what he thought the defendant was doing and so forth, okay? And he's going to be discussing the interview in further questions. So maybe you should hold off on that
Yeah,
until we get to a different point, but...
I do have a habit of getting, these opinions out front and going back and rebuilding, but I can save these and
Here's my objection. I can appreciate Sergeant Wright's
Well, I think, well, it's,
There's no basis for that. And the same thing, like, who beat David Grunwald?
Okay.
He wasn't there. None of this available science could ever answer that question. So we're getting into what is pure speculation. Now,
well, let's
he
just,
could be in favor of me for all I know as far as his answer.
here's what I'll do, Mr. Couch. I'll just hold off on that, because he's gonna rephrase it and he's gonna go forward. We'll just see what develops and whether or not he can really ask that question. Or if he can just point to the evidence and say, does this show him doing this and so forth.
Yeah.
So it's, I'll
We'll
just
go
leave
through
it,
the
I'll just
interviews.
leave, that's a different type of question. So we'll just let him develop what he wants to develop. That, at that point, I think is a little premature, so, go ahead.
Yeah, you know,
Because
I just-
I guess what getting at, Judge, is like, I asked the opinion on redirect, do you think he was made or better in the beating?
Well, I think you already have. I mean, he speculated that he was the planner. He said those words. I mean, he speculated that, based upon his interview, he stated that it's obvious that he was one of the planners. I mean, he said that. So that was an opinion of his based upon the interview. All I'm saying is he can ask, for clarification of that testimony. That testimony,
Specifically forming that opinion, I think,
I think that's what I heard, 'cause that's what I wrote down. So, and that was a opinion based upon the statement, because you went through which statements that he made that you believe ties him to this crimes, right? And he laid out this statement, this statement, this statement, and then he identified which part of those statements goes to what. And that was part of his direct testimony.
what we mostly did is play the interviews, then ask him a few questions, sprinkle.
Well, Mr. Kalachek, we'll listen to the record again if we need to, but I'm gonna let him just cross-examine and go forward, and then we'll go from there, okay?
so let's start with the first interview by Detective Call. And Mr. Kalachek brought it out in direct that as the case manager, you talked to them regularly. You specifically mentioned that you talked to Trooper Colt about this roadside interview.
Correct.
Have you listened to the audio?
I was here when it was played.
Okay. Did you listen to it before then?
Oh, absolutely, but it's been a long time.
Okay. And you had a thorough summary of the audio all along from that trooper describing in the police reports that you referred to, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're well familiar with it, right?
Sure.
And you needed to be, you need to rely on that to do the interview on the 30th. You had to have that understanding of what already took place.
Yes.
Now, in that first interview, Bradley denied any knowledge or involvement.
Amongst other things.
Well, we'll go through it.
Okay.
And the purpose of the stop, however, was to interview Alyssa Bledsoe, right?
If I remember correctly, yeah, she was mentioned as a runaway, so.
And it was only at the end of her interview, Trooper Colt had her get into his vehicle, interviewed her, and she said Bradley Renfro's in the truck too.
I didn't listen to her interview this go-around, but I think that's accurate.
So that was convenient, and Trooper Colt then pulled out Bradley Renfro and interviewed him.
Yes.
Did Trooper Colt identify the other passengers, the other two passengers?
I don't recall.
Would it help to review the summary of his report?
Yeah, it'll probably be in one of the lines, one of the first lines, but I can check it in mine.
You can check yours.
Okay. don't see in his report that he identifies anybody else in there besides Alyssa and Bradley.
So if a trooper is investigating a homicide and you want to speak to a person of interest and you're able to pull over the vehicle and there she is, lo and behold, she says, well, Bradley Renfro's there too. Would it be best practices for law enforcement to maybe ask who else is in the vehicle, have them identify themselves?
I'm not saying he didn't. I'm just saying it's not written in his report.
It's not in his report.
Yeah, he very well could have. And
So, really? And it would not be in his report if he identified other people in the vehicle?
well, if they were interviewed, absolutely. But if they were, and for the record, he didn't do the stop. Trooper Sherbon did the stop, so he was just backing up because he heard Trooper Sherbon do the stop. So I'm guessing
have his
between.
report, too.
No, I do not. I don't see anywhere in here where Trooper Sherbon writes who he identified in that vehicle. Maybe I can find it, but I don't have it here in front of me.
So you don't have a report to reveal that Austin Barrett was in that truck
He very well could have been.
with the XDM, with a cell phone?
And without a search warrant, I would never have known that.
I don't know, when you pull over, people of interest in a homicide, you don't try to identify who they're traveling with?
I'm not saying we don't, and I'm not saying we didn't. I'm just telling you I don't know what it was.
You're the case manager, you would know
Right.
if he identified. If he asked, he would have discovered who was in the vehicle, right? Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. So at this point, nobody had been arrested yet.
If you're still referring to the November 26th traffic stop interview, yeah, you're right. No, and David had not been found.
And so Bradley lied, minimized his knowledge when confronted with the early information you had, still maintained minimum knowledge of any of the events that took place other than the getting picked up at Devin's house, right?
Correct.
A stolen car, but nothing about torching it.
That's correct.
Okay. And your colleague urged him to come clean. This was the time to do it. And if you read his report, you have his report in front of you, right?
Yes, sir.
He knows that Bradley's not coming clean. He's giving an opportunity to come clean because he tells Bradley, we know you're not the bad guy, otherwise we wouldn't be talking to you.
Yeah, I remember him saying that on the audio.
But you also knew that there'll be another time. We'll catch up with him. He knows now he's a person of interest. Right? You're gonna follow up.
Yeah, I didn't have any, of course, I didn't know about Bradley until after the traffic stop had concluded and investigator Carlton called me. So,
Yeah.
sure, at that point, I definitely had some plans to try to reach out to him at a later date.
Okay.
But I didn't know that when he was released, obviously.
And Trooper Calt also, I think that was brought out yesterday or earlier this week, how when you do this work, as long as you have, and you interview as many people as you interview, that you become a pretty good judge of candor, quick study on people. Is that That's pretty fair to say, right?
It is, but it's not a science. But yeah, I
No,
mean,
it's experience.
sure, yeah,
It's
absolutely.
training, it's interviewing hundreds, if not thousands of people. It's almost like, sometimes you're wrong, but almost like a human lie detector kind of thing.
Absolutely. Sometimes we're wrong.
And do you recall, Detective called also making comments about Bradley, knowing that he's lying, confronting him about that, and asking him, are you afraid to tell me, essentially? Are you afraid? Are you scared about something?
I remember that on the audio, yeah.
Okay, he doesn't admit it at the time. In fact,
He denies it.
he denies it and he says, I could beat those kids up, right?
Something, words to that effect.
That little kid is gonna
Yeah.
beat them up.
Words to that
So,
effect.
he's not taking it seriously. He doesn't know that you guys are already well into this investigation.
I don't know what he's taking seriously. This is a murder investigation, and he was told about that in that particular contact.
Right.
If he's not taking that seriously, that's on him.
So when you deal with, you deal with a lot of juveniles, or you have, right?
I have.
Okay. And I think adults do this too. They'll test you. Well, they want to see what information you have before they can figure out what they're going to say to your questions.
Agreed.
And Trooper Call, of course, was not prepared to share much more than the fact that they know there were 3 people in the vehicle, the Bronco, and they had reason to believe that he was in that Bronco, right? So that one piece of information got him talking, right? That he admitted he was with Eric
To a certain extent, sure.
and Dominic Johnson.
Yeah, to a certain extent it did.
But he got picked up at Devin's house, and this was after the murder of David Grunwald.
That was his story on the 26th.
And then the rest of it, other than admitting that he did get in the vehicle, and it was Dominic Johnson and Eric Almendinger that picked him up at Devin's house. And Devin declined to go, he says. And, but the rest of it, other than that he was in a, you know, he lied about even knowing it was stolen, because he didn't want to get popped for joyriding. He may, you know, if he explained, you know, if I don't explain to you in a subsequent interview that if I admit that I know it's stolen, then I can be charged with joyriding. I mean, it's not vehicle theft, but it's still a misdemeanor, right?
I don't understand the question, I'm sorry.
He admitted he was with Eric Almendinger and Dominic Johnson in the Bronco,
Correct.
but wouldn't go so far as to say, I know it was stolen. In fact, he says, I don't ask, you know. When you get in the, friend picks you up, you don't ask, you know, hey, did you borrow that car? Did you buy a car? Because you don't want to know it's stolen.
Are we
If they get pulled over, he said, then, you know, I'm going to be guilty of joyriding.
Yeah, and are we still talking about the 26th, or are we now navigating?
26th.
Okay. I didn't remember that part on the 26th. I do remember that on the 30th, but
Well, yeah, with you.
yes. I remember the way,
Following up on that
part that
story.
you just talked about. I remember that on the 30th.
So right from the beginning, with you and Trooper Dunford, I think it is as well, you conveyed to Bradley that you know you're not the shooter. We know you're not the shooter. We know you're not the worst. You're the least worst of this group as far as we know.
Sure, that's an example of me just minimizing so that I can try to, maybe it's a rapport building, maybe it's just getting him to put down some of those barriers. It's a technique I used.
And that's why I asked you about being a quick study on people you're interviewing. You already knew at that point others were involved, and you were gathering evidence, and all you knew about Renfro, as his name was mentioned, But once you spent time with him, you had a sense that he was the least of the least worst, is what you said.
No, my opinion is that I was trying to build rapport. I was using minimization. I didn't have a feeling for him. I had met him for 8 minutes. But yeah, I absolutely told him I thought that he was probably the least worst, and I was going to try to put him at ease and try to break down some of those barriers that I knew existed, because I had heard from the 1124 interview that he was trying to say that I don't remember anything. I was too drunk. And those are some of the barriers we have to get through. And one of the techniques or tactics that are used in the interview is to just minimize it.
All right, so
Look, it's not like you're a serial killer.
let's
You know,
let's be honest, all right? Because that wasn't just in the first, that may have been in the first 8 minutes, the first strategic hit on him in that manner. But that continued,
sure.
you know, to the point where he even said to you, I'm willing, I'll try to cooperate. I'll come and wear a wire. I'll see what I can do, right?
Yeah.
So when, on the 30th now, let's move on to there. How did you get Bradley down to, you got a call from APD. Where you knew you caught up with, on the 30th, you caught up with Bradley and his mother. You called in his mother, Dominic. Bradley asked to have his mother present, right? You read him his rights?
November 30th.
Yeah.
Yes, at Wassalo PD, yes. And he asked for his mom.
Okay. So he waited.
Yes.
His mom arrived, and then you kind of gave mom an introduction of why she was there and what the nature of this was. So she was informed before going into the room where Bradley was.
Yes.
And when you went in there, and that's what we hear on the audio, you started that interview. You reminded Bradley, you remember those rights I read you earlier? And he says yes. And so there was, taken at face value, time to move on. You don't have to go through that again. But pretty early on in the interview, mom asks, do you need a lawyer, right?
I remember that, yeah.
And do you remember when you told mom about how you have the Miranda rights, but there's an additional requirement when it comes to juveniles that you need to ask the juvenile if they want a parent present. If they don't, you can go forward. If they do, you need to wait till a parent gets there.
I don't remember having that conversation. It could have happened. It absolutely could have happened, because that seems normal for me to have told a parent that when I ask him to come down. I just don't. It doesn't stick out in my memory is all.
Because mom said that I can't afford a lawyer. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you mind if do you have a copy of it? Mine's all marked up. I can bring a clean copy. Yeah, let's get the exhibit.
Mr. Provost, and it's obvious we'll probably be continuing this on Monday. So if you find a part of the questionnaire you can conclude in like 10 minutes,
Sure.
we'll call it there.
Okay, I found it.
See that she said she can afford a lawyer?
Yes.
All right. And did you respond to that?
Oh, gee. I didn't respond to that comment. I continued with my statement to her.
Yeah, okay. So then you go into the interview room, and there's two troopers and Mom, and Bradley in this, as you described, is a very small room.
Well, the Wasilla PD one's bigger, but it's basically the same. There's just some windows, and it's a larger room, but it's essentially the same.
Yeah, from the video looks. And you tell, let's go back and chat with him and see what he has to say. So, going to page, I don't know if you want to use the transcript page of 18 or the page, is yours page stamp? Much bigger numbers.
No, I got page numbers at the bottom, but that comment we just spoke about is on page 10 in this copy.
Right, that comment. Now we're moving into the actual interview.
Okay.
And so at the top of 13.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember. I think I handed her the actual card I used to read Miranda at that point.
Okay. So, but you remind Bradley, and he acknowledges that you did. And in fact, later in the interview, Mom asks him, "Do you need a lawyer?"
Yes.
And it was no. Do you think he understood what lawyers did at that point in his life?
You're asking me what I thought he understood? I have no idea. I mean, it's 16. I think if I'm going back, I knew what a lawyer did at 16.
I didn't.
Well, maybe we could put him up here and ask him.
I have. All right. So as you go through this and you try to get Bradley to come clean, it's not working out too well. He's still testing you. Did you find that his mother was very helpful?
I would say, yeah, I think she was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you do have done, you probably teach it now with your experience. Did a lot of training and interrogating suspects, right?
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to go back and forth on this word in interview versus interrogation.
Oh, right. I'll call it an interview.
Sure.
I don't care.
No, I don't teach that, but I do have some experience in it.
And a lot of education too. I mean, effective interviewing of suspects is a huge part of your job.
Yeah, my education comes mostly from experience, but I have attended some training relevant to interview.
Okay. And I'm not going to get into
Sure.
the details of the training because whether it's controversial or not doesn't matter to me in this case. And also, I think you've dealt with in your investigations a lot of juveniles. I don't know if you have kids. I'm not asking personal questions.
Sure.
But that would be part of your training and also experience on the job.
Yes, sir.
I mean, just your life experience.
Absolutely.
You know, dealing with teens. And having said that, both you and Trooper Dunford made comments about adolescent development 4 times that I recall, and what the characteristics are, and call it what, strategy or whatever, but you're developing a relationship. You're telling Bradley, we understand that, you're probably scared and you probably don't want to get in trouble and you don't want to be a suspect for murder. And, we understand that, right?
Or words to that effect, sure.
And I know this calls for strict, even though this is an adversarial proceeding, honesty. Isn't it fair to say that a 16-year-old, newly 16-year-old, who knows where he's been, is now being investigated and call it an interview if you want, or call it interrogation, it's the same thing, by a couple of troopers, and he's got his mom here, right? He wants his mom. Are you aware that it's not established law in this state, but there is law, case law, that when a juvenile exercises the right to have a parent present, it is presumptively invoking the right to remain silent.
Objection, relevance, opponent was present during the motion in the trial.
I'll sustain the objection, yeah.
So,
Rephrase the question.
let me move on from that then.
And that may be close, if you're gonna get into a whole long
No,
explanation, maybe.
I can take up, I can stop here in 2 minutes.
Oh.
This requires an honest answer.
Well, Judge, I'm gonna object to, he's taken an oath, but this requires an honest answer. He's taken an oath, he's a law enforcement officer. I don't think he needs.
I'll sustain the objection. I don't think it needs to be repeated
All right.
constantly, so.
Because this isn't a question about a fact or this or that. This question is, do you recognize that with your authority as law enforcement, even if you weren't wearing a uniform, in this situation, that a 16-year-old is very vulnerable? Scared? Anxious? All of those things.
Objection, compound question.
Break it down to the factors that you're talking about, so, go ahead.
Because of their developmental immaturity, that they're vulnerable to those emotions of fear.
Objection is to they. Are we talking about the defendant?
I'm talking about juveniles in general, and then,
What objection relevance, what's the?
I think the relevance goes to, and we can deal with this next week, but his own statements talking about, to the defendant about development, and I recognize that you're a juvenile, and that, so forth and so on. What did he mean by that? I mean, and you can break that down a little bit, but he did make those statements, the officer did, in the interview. And I don't think it was this one. I think it was the last one, as I recall, but I could be wrong. So, I mean, if he's stating just basic factors, I think he can answer the question. If just
I fully understand that anybody, including a juvenile, sitting in the police station being interviewed about murder,
right.
has anxiety. Absolutely. As to the other emotions that you described, I don't know.
Well, it could be fear of getting in trouble.
Any number of barriers, emotional barriers could exist. Yes, agreed.
I think we should stop because this is going to be a main theme throughout these recordings.
That's fine. Okay, members of the jury, we are not going tomorrow, so please get some rest. It'll be a busy week next week, so we'll need your full attention. So try to rest up, and we'll see you at 8 o'clock on Monday morning. Can you get the log notes thing after we're done? Okay, for everybody? Okay, I do want to do that, so. Okay, gentlemen, before we go for the weekend, I'm gonna have the clerk print out the log notes from his direct examination, so we'll at least all be on the same page if there's gonna be objections beyond the scope or there's, and so forth. So I just wanna have that available, at least we'll know somewhat, so we don't get all lost in the weeds on that, okay? And,
I'd like to clarify some scheduling issues before we.
Yeah, yeah.
Among other things.
go right ahead, Mr.
So,
Kalachak.
first thing, Judge, the redacted transcripts Mr. Crowe was provided, I'm presuming he's indicating to the court that his redactions are consistent with redactions we made in the audios. He had it marked as exhibit numbers that we already had occupied.
Okay.
I marked it as 309 and 310. I don't have a problem with them being admitted as joint exhibits. I would prefer to leave them with the court, so I don't have to card them.
I think that's fair enough, so for the record, we'll just explain what they are again to the jury at some point, so. So that's 309 and 310, you said, Mr. Kalachak? Okay.
309 being, and then on up by microphone, but
And-
309 being the 11:30 interview,
Okay.
and 310 being the 12:06 interview.
Oh, as I recall, though, the clerk was going to number them instead of the CDs coming in, which were number what was that?
Well, the problem with that, with our, what we're trying to do, Judge, in our numbering,
Okay.
we're trying to keep the numbers consistent with all the previous trials, so
Oh.
that's why we're not
Okay.
backfilling numbers.
Well,
or-
well, that is fine. We'll just note for the record that, and I'm trying to look where those CDs were listed originally.
They were 295 and 296.
Okay, we'll just note in this case, oh shoot, I don't have that last page, I must have lost it, that's all right. But 295 and 296 are not going to be admitted, right, the CDs?
No, I wasn't playing unless like somebody redacts them for the weekend, but.
They have the playback, and they
Yeah,
have the,
playback.
so that.
And they have the transcripts now, Judge, so I don't see a point in having redactions of, obscure recordings made.
So let me ask Mr. Provost, so you're not requesting that the actual CDs come in as
Well,
evidence?
I could see them wanting to list, I would, if I wanted to, I mean.
Listen to them independent of just playing them on, huh? No.
First of all, the discs you have are redacted, right? Because I have copies of redacted discs.
Well, we stopped them, the thing is that we stopped one interview at page 122 just by choice on that day, so they were redacted to that extent that then Mr. Provost had an additional request, and I agreed to even stop it before his request, so there were some modifications made per stipulation of the parties on the 12-6 one, that were not anticipated before I had redacted.
So right now,
But
just,
can't they play right off of the court system?
Right.
well, that's what I'm saying, that's what I mean by playbacks. What they'll have is they can play back the actual evidence as it was put in, which is the best evidence, what they heard. Then they can track it if there's no objection with the transcripts.
I don't have any objection, I think that was our intent.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll introduce both those objections, those transcripts as 209 and 210. Is that right?
309.
309 and 310. And then the CDs themselves will not be admitted, so we'll have a clean record of that. And everybody's in agreement with that, no opposition, right? Okay, so that, we can leave those, Mr. Kalachak.